And tabletop, if you can resend me that background.
Oh. Only problem is if I switch screens, it's gonna mess with
Don't do
the
it. Oh, no worries. No worries at all.
oh, I hit the mouse. Only
And,
problem
tabletop, if you can resend me that background.
Uh-oh.
We
yeah,
gotta
it looks like it's coming through the
Only
stream.
problem is if I switch screens, it's gonna mess
don't
with
do it. Oh, no worries.
I don't know how to fix that.
So, what happens when a bunch of well-meaning nerds try to live stream? This is what we get.
But at least we know the sound's working on the live stream, so
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna have to
good.
figure
Welcome,
that out for
everyone.
next time.
Yep. Well, I will say on my end, you guys sound live and direct, so that's good. And you just check out how people are doing on the live stream.
Ah, there it is. We are live. Although it seems to be delayed a little bit, I'm seeing.
Gotcha.
We'll do it live.
Live and direct here at
Yeah, we
RPGs
do it
versus
live.
AD, our kickoff session. All right, all right. I'm going to actually shift this screen over here. I can see you lovely people. And let me get, I'm just going to get our, I'm logged in on a desktop. Okay. Here. Getting over here now. And I just want to get this set up for us. Yeah. All right, I thought someone was saying something.
I'm gonna change my server profile so it doesn't say Frank 4. I don't want to confuse people.
Makes
That's
sense.
very, very kind of you. Very kind of you. All right, we're going to get this going, gang. If anyone is already watching, thank you. We are live and direct and starting on time, if not well organized, but that's okay because strange things happens when you go through the mists of Barovia. And we're going to have a lot of fun. And I will be your host, even though I usually look a little different. This is Glen Finney, and we have with us our first round of brave adventurers through the mist of Barovia to use RPGs to fight AD, Alzheimer's disease. I'm going to tell you shortly how all that works. And I'm just trying to get, you know what? Okay, I'm going back to there. There we go. And I'm also trying to just bring up the YouTube stream so that I can see everyone there. Um, Okay, let's see here. Oh, hey, Zaxania and Jakku in the house. Wonderful. So, and I will probably not be able to do as many shout outs to the stream as I would like, because I am going to be focused on running this. But welcome. So, for those of you who are watching after we do this live, this is just the start of our series of RPGs versus AD, or role playing games versus Alzheimer's disease live streams. Today, we're doing first a 0.9 beta DC20, a fabulous new edition of the in development DC20 game. But we're going to be using a classic D&D campaign that's been adapted for this, The Curse of Strahd. And for those of you who are not that versed in that lore, Curse of Strahd is, you can think of it as D&D's answer to Count Dracula. And these folks have been playing for a while in this world, and they're going to continue playing, but this time they're not just trying to defeat vampires, they're also trying to defeat dementias. And it's fine to leave the chat up on YouTube, I think. It's great to see that we have people both on Discord and YouTube involved. And as long as that's not wrecking your viewing experience on the live stream, I think that is perfectly fine. Now, I will say one thing I'm going to need to do is get our tabletop going shortly. Let me get that set up for us while we're playing. But what I was going to tell you all is we're going to be doing a series of live streams and private sessions that'll be posted afterwards, all sorts of sessions uh, from now, culminating on the longest day. June 20th of 2025 is the longest day for the Alzheimer's Association, where a lot of people do things to have fun and raise awareness and funds for Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. My colleague in crime for this kickoff, part one, because we are going to have a part two with a classic 5th edition 2014 version of Curse of Strahd with the teenagers who I run through it, including my son and my fiance's son, starting at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time, this same YouTube channel. But we're going to start with the DC20 crew. And we have Tabletop Phoenix, who is portraying Jackin, who is my collaborator on running this YouTube stream today, and also an advocate for Project Rollplay. Um, Tabletop Phoenix, maybe you can tell them briefly a little bit about yourself and Project Roleplay. And I want to give a big shout out to Tabletop Phoenix's wife for allowing us to borrow him. So over to you, Tabletop Phoenix.
Hi, I'm Tabletop Phoenix. I run and I manage Project Roleplay. It's basically TTRPGs for mental health purposes. It started out when I was working at the Crystal Ridge Dream Center here in Niagara Falls. I was, mentoring some youth, and they really wanted to play some Dungeons and Dragons, so I decided to start, playing with them. And I noticed that it became a really good tool for helping people deal with different things. If it was bullying or racism or whatever the case was, I could create storylines around that, and they could basically role play how to deal with those situations and also see how other people would deal with those situations in a safe environment that wouldn't impact anything real world. And then from there, Project Roleplay evolved and grew, and now I'm running, I think, like 9 games a month. It's pretty expensive now. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
And really, and just a little background, Tabletop Phoenix was one of the main players in our 2024 longest day fundraiser for this goal. So he's continuing that fine tradition. And
Everything's in the
I will.
description.
What's that?
Everything's in the description down below.
Very good. And do we have the link for the team page where people can donate?
Absolutely.
Great. And you can use that to donate during the live stream, and you can donate afterwards. So if you're watching this later, it's never too late. But I will say, if you want something fun to happen, donate and let us know in the chat what you're hoping for, and we'll see what happens, because Barovia is a strange and mysterious place. But before we get into that, I will say we are going to have two other players join us around the 2 p.m. hour. And that is a known phenomenon in the mists of Barovia. People seem to be brought in and out by the mist. So it actually fits well. But we're going to start off with these three hearty adventurers. And I'd like to ask Damalor and Taco Danger to introduce themselves. Damalor, you're first on my screen. So can you introduce the world to Azariel and and tell us a little about yourself?
Yeah, Daimler. I've been into RPGs, playing and designing for way too long. And my wife's family. My wife has dementia on both sides of her family, so it's definitely a cause that I care about as well. And yeah, I'll be bringing Azariel, my Spellblade paladin, who's a half demon with a chip on his shoulder, out to get revenge on all the creatures of the night that would exploit the good people of the world.
Indeed. And Taco Danger?
Hello, my username is Taco Danger. I am going to be playing Dermot Terra. Dermot Terra is a commander with several talents into Bard. He'll be showcasing both the Warlord subclass for Commander, as well as the Jester subclass for Bard. A bit about he is a earwig born, large insect creature with 4 arms. Tends to he wants to help people and eat garbage. Those are his primary motivations for adventuring. And a bit about myself. I started roleplay, I guess you could say, with the old Dungeons and Dragons games, playing those with my dad. Started actually role-playing with near the tail end of 4th edition when I started college, which got me into 5th edition, which got me into optimizing, which got me into Treant Monk, which got me into DC20. And here I am.
Yeah, very good. You know, I gotta say, I really enjoyed a lot of the stuff on optimization that Treant Monk has put out there over the years. So really, I can appreciate that vibe. And I've actually been playing, believe it or not, since 1981 when I started with the first edition of Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. And that actually was the version I first taught heavily homebrewed and simplified to my kids when they were growing up. So they learned old school, and then they said make the switch to 5th edition. That's the new hotness. I'm like, okay, let's do it. And you know, we've done plenty of role playing games since then. So since we have our intros out of the way, one last favor, if I may ask, of Tabletop Phoenix, can you get the stream seeing our tabletop, our virtual tabletop on Owlbear Rodeo?
You should be able to share it in the chat here, right?
Oh, you're right. I probably should be able to.
That's the best way
So,
to do it.
all right, let me see if I can share my screen. Although, actually, if one of you can share the screen, it would be a little better because there may be some surprises since I'm running it.
I
Maybe.
will not be able to share my screen because I'm streaming through my phone.
Gotcha. Gamilor, any chance you could share the tabletop?
Yeah, let me see.
If you guys can't, I'll just share mine, and you guys will be on the honor system.
While that's happening, I should probably tell the chat too that I'm playing a Dragonling Scion. He's basically part Dragonborn, part Halfling, very tiny. He's got wings. He's black scales. Yeah, and he's psionic.
Oh, there we go. I'm. Well, thank you very much. Azariel's got his screen shared, and that I think should bring us to what is going on in through the mists of Barovia. A while back, a certain dragonborn named Jackin received a message from an old friend. That message had him collect a number of adventurers from the adventuring city of New Bastion to travel through a magical portal to the Glen Inn, where a strangely dressed, mysterious man named Aragal delivered a letter beseeching the group to come help the daughter of the burgomaster of the village of Barovia. They traveled out of the glen inn into the forest beyond, and a mist enwrapped them. And strange things happened in the mists. But eventually, they did find themselves transported to the uh, valley of Barovia. Since then, they have met the burgomaster's daughter and son, Irina and Ismark, and have had a few adventures, including a journey to the seat of power of the dread lord of this land, the Count Strahd von Zarevich, who they had dinner with, but without Irina and Ismark with them, who they left what they thought in the safety of the town of Valaki. However, they were stunned to find out that the group that they thought they had delivered to safety were attacked. Um, Irina's brother and some children they had rescued, unfortunately killed in the ambush, and Irina captured. But this group were committed to freeing Irina, and they did. And they brought to heel the burgomaster of Valaki, who basically has made an agreement with them to allow them to take command of the town guard and Irina to guide his actions from now on. Shortly after that liberation, they went to St. Andrew's Church, where they had been told they could find shelter from, well, Irina's attracted an unhealthy interest from the vampire Strahd von Zarevich. They went there only to learn that the sacred relics that protected the church had been disappeared. Through a series of adventures, they were able to find the bones, the sacred relics, after fighting off a group of vampire spawn. They have been able to return it to the church, as well as the bodies of Irina's brother Ismark and the slain children. And it is at this point that they plan to seek rest, and in the morning see to the burial of Ismark and the children, and then see to putting right the town of Valaki. Jaqen, Azariel, Primatera, you are in the Church of St. Andrew's Church, and you can see hopefully my marker on that building. The closest place for lodging is the Blue Water Inn, which is over here. Father Lucian is still comforting some of the scared villagers who seek shelter here nightly. But what will you do next?
So I think we've done everything we've planned on doing for the night. I would suggest we head to the inn, rest. It's been a long day for us. And then we can start on rebuilding the town guard in the morning.
Yeah, the inn sounds like a good idea. I could go for an ale right now.
Indeed.
Irina looks to the father, looks to where the covered bodies are of her brother and children. She's like, I think they will be safe here now with you. Father Lucian nods to her, and she takes a sigh. She looks at the covered bodies, then she looks to you all. Let us take our rest and then see this put to right. Thank you. Thank you, Jack, and thank you, Azariel. Thank you, Clementine, for helping us through this.
Of course.
Would that we could have done more.
Yeah.
And with that, You all are able to make your way to the Blue Water Inn. And let me get our scene changed. All right. All right. And you don't need to worry too much about the map, but just to give you a little outlay, it's a fairly large structure in the center of town. You do notice one thing, though, before you go in. You notice there is in the town square a scaffold, and it looks like there's a number of wicker objects that have been put there. But you also see across from that stalks. And in the stalks, you see a person with the mask of a donkey head.
Are there any passersby like
Oh,
around that
yeah.
I could
Yeah. It's still
inquire of?
early evening. So, yes. Well, actually, I
All
take it
right.
back. It's late evening, but there's a few carousers.
Azario wants to sort of sidle up to one and be like, "What madness is this?"
Ah, you're talking about the fools who laughed at the Burgomaster's festivals. Yes, that is one of the things that can happen to them.
Tell me more of this festival.
A festival every week. This is Valaki. Last one, I think it was something about wolves, the wolf's head. Um, 3 days from now, it's the Festival of the Blazing Sun. Look, and he points, and you can see there's both some torn down um, posters floating in the wind for a Festival of the Wolf, and you can see more freshly mounted posters on buildings and poles announcing the Festival of the Blazing Sun.
Now, is the guy in
out
stocks
of
like?
sorry.
I was just curious if the guy in stocks was like, what's his general state of health and well-being?
Uh, he looks like he's awake. He's kind of got his head cocked towards you guys as you're talking and pointing towards him. But more than that would probably take an examination and, dare I say, maybe a medicine check.
Out of
I'm not gonna do that with
character.
everybody around.
Yes, Dermatera?
What I know we had a discussion with the burgomaster after beating him almost unconscious. What specifically did we tell him about the festivals?
You actually said you were okay with them continuing.
Okay, but we did specify how he was able to treat his populace.
Yes, and you would estimate that this guy probably was put in the stocks before you met the Burgermaster earlier tonight.
Okay.
Miss play tricks with you, but it hasn't been that long.
Yep. I think I'm just gonna go over there and open the stocks for him.
So the passerby that Azera was talking to is, oh, don't know if you want to do that adventure. The town guard probably will not take kindly to freeing someone who ran afoul of the Burgomaster.
We are the
The
town guard.
town guard. The town guard is under new management.
That's us.
Well, it's your funeral. And he just walks away. Oh, they are locked. How are you going to get him out?
All right. So my character is not a barbarian, so I can't just bust the locks. Well, I mean, I can attempt to. In fact, I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah.
You want
Would
me to
this
try
be
to pick
an
it first? I can pick it if you
I
want.
suppose
I could try. If I fail,
it's a perfectly good lock. There's no need to bust it if we don't need to, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zario will go over with and take the donkey head off the guy.
All right, and it's just a sort of, you know, almost middle-aged guy. You actually think he might be younger, but he looks like life's worn him down a little bit. And it's like, oh, whew, the air. It's much easier to breathe without that on. Um, but I'm already in a lot of trouble. I don't know if you want to be messing with this.
Not to worry. We've had a discussion with the burgomaster. There are going to be a few changes to the town, and part of that is we are the new head of the guard. Temporary, anyway.
There will be no more public displays of shame for the populace.
That seems unlikely. You are obviously outsiders to Balaki and Barovia.
We got something from the burgomaster to show, like, our new authority, didn't we?
Yes, you did. You may show that.
I'll flash that.
He looks at it. He sees the signature. His eyes go wide. Oh, yes, please, sir. If you would get me out of here, it would be a blessing. May the Morning Lord smile upon you.
May the Morning Lord smile upon you as well.
So remind me again. How
were
are
there? Were there any, like, did anyone throw food at him? Is it that type of stocks, or is it just?
It is. It is.
Okay.
And yes,
I'll eat.
some rotten.
I'll eat some of the food.
Yeah. You see him.
Once we get him out, Azariel's gonna wrap his whip around the stocks and throw a burst of flame through them to basically obliterate them.
Okay. Well, first things first. Remind me again. How are you guys getting him out of these locked stocks?
Zakin's going to try and pick the lock.
All right. That does sound like a check for lock picking. Do you have that as a skill?
I do, yes.
Or trade, I should say. A trade.
And I would use trickery for that, or?
It actually, well, if you have it as a locksmithing as a trade, then it would be a agility lockpicking trade roll.
Okay.
And you would add your trade mastery, which would be +2, I believe, is still novice level, and then whatever your agility is. See, we're all learning DC20 together.
Exactly. I got a 5, a big old 5.
Got a 5 total.
Total.
So what did you roll?
2.
You rolled a 2. All right. So, Jacques, why don't you describe for us just how badly this gets botched?
So he's trying to pick it, and all of a sudden, his lock pick snaps. Ah, dang it. Well, I guess you're going to have to bust it now, because I broke my lock pick.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, so I think Azariel will go ahead and bust the... Although I think you have more strength, don't you, Demapta? Might is not my...
Let's see. If this is a padlock, is there any sort of, like, if there's, like, a piece of metal around that I can wedge between it to, like, bust it open? I think that's what I would want to do.
Absolutely. And what are you using to as your lever?
If I can't find just, like, a piece of metal, which I would assume someone has a crowbar or something, but if not, I have some my crystal sai as a weapon that I can wedge in there to try to bust it open.
I will tell you what. So, for those watching at home, at the DC20 West Marches, we use these little things called adventure packs. They're like quantum packages, but usually there you just, if it's something I would normally potentially have, I just spend some charges and I get it. But Barovia is crushed with poverty. And the magics that keep Barovia down make it uncertain. If you would like, you may make one of my special supply rolls for Barovia, which means you add your might plus your intelligence to the roll. indicating whether or not you had the foresight and the capacity to carry the right stuff and a lot of stuff. And let's see if you have a crowbar.
Yeah, let's try that. So my might is 4, my intelligence is 3, so this is a +7 to the roll. And with a 7, +7 is 14.
All right. I forgot to mention, because of 14, you got the crowbar. And because you have the crowbar and you're being so clever about it, I'm going to give you advantage on your might check to bust this. Do you have any sort of skills or trades, do you think, that would additionally help you with busting open this lock?
The best I could see is athletics.
I'm going to allow it. So why don't you make
Azariel will
Alright.
go ahead and help him with this and add a help die to the roll.
I need you to describe how Azariel is helping him.
Oh, I think like so as Dermapter is getting the crowbar wedged in the right place, Azariel is basically just gonna grab an extra couple of hands along with Dermapter as 6 or whatever, and just add his weight to it and just help pull down and do it together.
I love it. So I gave Dermatera advantage on this for being clever and using a crowbar, and Zariel helping out gives what's called a help die in DC20, and as long as you're not giving multiple help at the same time, that's a D8. So you add a D8.
All right, well, I got a 12 for my advantage rolling a 4 +8. So I'm hoping the help die helps.
All right, Zariel. Oh, he's struggling. It
Should I
feels like
roll
it's
the
gonna
help
come.
die?
It needs just a little bit more.
All right, hold on. Let me get that help die. Extra 5.
All right, so that is a 17 total.
All right, 17 total. I want you guys to describe what it looks like when you bust this.
As we lean back together, the lock, it doesn't seem like it's going to give at first, and then as the metal gives, the whole thing goes like patang and pulling off. I want to say that I start helping lift up the lid of the stocks to help the guy out, and Dermapter, I imagine you like salivating over the wood splinters that came off when the thing exploded. Not to
Yeah,
put actions.
I'll like pick up a few and slyly put them in my pocket.
Absolutely. Classic Dermatera move. The person in the stocks bows deeply to thank you. I am in your debt. And he quickly runs away.
And now I light the stocks on fire.
All right. You don't even need to make a roll for that. They go up brilliantly. Although the fire doesn't last quite as long as you want because of just the constant drizzle and the sock of fog and mists kind of dampens things. But the initial fireball,
I cast grease first so that it's got nice
I
fuel,
love it. No,
and then light it up.
Yep, and that grease is just keeping that fire going despite the wet and the being.
I've gotten a lot of mileage out of grease.
Great spell. All right, you guys, anything else, or are you ready to enter the common room of the Blue Water Inn?
I'm ready
I
to
think
go
we've
in.
strutted enough. Let's go in, yeah.
All right. So you go in to the area. You see a few patrons still at the bar and sitting at tables. There's an older woman with a few dark feathers in her hair, woven into her hair, cleaning the bar. You see a smaller, indeterminate aged man sitting in a far corner, dressed in rather bright clothes. He seems to have a little bit of a point to his ears. You see a couple more rough dressed men in wolf pelts carousing in another corner. You also see two well-dressed men, young men, who look like they are perhaps of the nobility, who are also drinking rather loudly. Whereas the ones in the rough pelts look like they're just having good natured humor. These other two young men, they just look smashed, like they are maybe have gone a little too heavy into their cups. And you see sitting at the bar a young man with long curling hair. In another world, some might even call it Howard Stern hair. And he has on his back a large glaive wearing chainmail, and he is sitting there drinking what looks like watered down ale. And he actually turns to you as you walk in. You also look like you are strangers to Barovia. My name is Varys Holman, and I feel like I've somehow the mists have gotten me separated from my party. Did the same happen to you?
This foul place has confused our minds and haunted our dreams. People come, people go. We forget who's with us. This place is a place of madness. You're not alone.
Definitely don't misty step around here. Trust me, you don't want to do that.
My my talents, as taught to me by my mentor Adon, fly in a different direction. And he puts a slight hand to his uh, glaive, and you see a little blue glow of holy energy flip along the edge of the glaive's blade for just a moment, and then he allows it to subside. And he looks beyond you, and he's like, "Arena?" Arena just looks at him. I am sorry, I do not know you. Oh, Arena, we were traveling with you and your brother Ismark. She looks down. No, I'm afraid you are confused, and my brother is dead. Eris shakes his head. Something is very wrong.
Tell us
And
more of yourself, stranger.
as he says that, the woman at the bar turns her attention to you. What can I do for you, adventurers? She asks.
Yeah, ale. I'll take an ale.
Nail?
Yeah.
Well, we don't have many ale left. We do have a couple sprouts of wine, though that is running low as well.
Do you have any spirits?
No, only spirits in Barovia are the ones that walk the roads.
Hmm.
Do you have any
Well,
table
I suppose I'll
scraps?
drink wine.
Fine, very good. Do you want the base wine or the mid level? I'm afraid it's been a long time since anyone's had Champagne du Stamp to serve.
The nicest you have.
Very good. That'll be a silver. And table scraps, you say? Well,
Table
yes.
scraps and trough water, if you will.
There is a side stable if you would like to get some water from the trough. But table scraps, yes, we have them. But what do you want with such things?
I'm hungry. It's been a long day.
We do have food, and although water is always iffy, we could probably get you some well water.
Usually the browner the better. It adds more flavor.
She looks to Jacques. Is he all right?
I mean, different digestive system. He's different. Look at him. He's a bug.
Yes,
Well,
hello.
Yeah, he is very unusual looking. This is true, but we have gotten used to the adventurers who managed to pass through the mists coming here being very unusual. Very well,
I
then.
think I would prefer mutton.
I'm sorry?
I think I would prefer mutton.
Mutton we can probably do. I can get you what you wish, sir. Uh, I mean, I usually would not charge for table scraps and trough water, um, but maybe a copper for the service.
Yeah, Azariel's just gonna pour out some of the random bits of gold that he's accumulated, a little bag of like one treasure parcel worth or whatever.
Okay, her eyes go wide and she takes it up. Very well. I will get what you need. I will be right back.
I'll
Oh,
take the mutton and the wine.
also,
Yes.
I'd like Tara to introduce the group as the temporary new leads of the town guard and pass the paper to her.
Her eyes first narrow and then widen. Ah. Oh, well, given that you are now responsible, my husband will want to talk to you about an urgent matter, confidentially. But give me one moment to get the things that you have asked for. And she quickly takes the gold and goes to the bank. And do you guys talk to anyone else in the common room in the meantime? Do you? Um,
I'm gonna peruse, like once I get my wine and my mutton, I'm gonna spin my bar stool around and just do that thing where I sort of have the wine in one hand and the like mutton or whatever in the other, and I'm just gonna peruse, do a scan of the room and see who else sort of jumps out as a person of interest.
why don't? Well, okay. I think this is interesting. This may even call for a check. What
Okay.
abilities or skills do you feel that you are most leaning upon scoping out the room?
Let's see. Let's see. I could do investigation.
I think that's very reasonable. Give me an intelligence investigation check, Azariel.
Okay, that's a +6. That's da, 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 20. 6. Can I use a hero point on that?
Yes, you may. This is not a 0.9 beta DC20 feature, but in the DC20 West Marches, we have hero points, which allow for rerolls.
Oh my god.
But don't always work that well. All
I
right.
guess I'm still too distraught about the death of the children and the subsequent barbecuing of all the burgomaster's dogs and men.
Yeah. There's a little trauma. I think it's hurting your abilities of perception and concentration. Um, I would just
So Azariel looks over the crowd like he's going to be serious, but then you see like the 1,000-yard stare sort of take over him as he just kind of stares off into the fire, I guess.
yes, indeed. All right, very good. And basically, you do see the people that I already listed. Um, you need me to re-review them for you?
Yes, please.
There is a smaller, age indeterminate man with slightly pointy ears, dressed in colorful clothes in the back. Table to one side. There's another table to the other back where there are two uh, more young men dressed in rough clothing, a lot of wolf um, fur clothes for them. There is also another table kind of in the middle with two younger men dressed in noble finery who are definitely getting a little deep into their cups and a little rowdy. And you already know about the woman who had been working the bar, who has not come back yet, and of course, Barris Holman, who is sitting at the bar, who Arena and him are trying to compare notes to try and figure out how he even recognized her, but seemingly not really coming up with anything yet. And that is what you see. I would say with
Okay,
that
I think
investigation, you do. I would give you, even though the brightly dressed man, it is standing out, almost like he's wearing something a performer would wear. It is not like the kind of bright livery or clothes that the Vistani people wear.
hmm, I think I'm just gonna go for forget subtlety a little bit. I think Azariel is just gonna sort of stand up and like do a little walk around the room, giving a little spiel about like we have come to end the darkness that haunts this cursed place. To do so, we are searching out the missing relics that we hope will banish the night and the mist from this realm. If anyone has any information, please, we will reward you for it. And if we find that you are withholding any, we shall reward that as well.
And with this approach, are you trying to be more influencing them, more intimidating them? What would you say is your approach?
I'm basically doing both. I'm offering a carrot and a stick. Like, yes, we will pay you if you help, and yes, we might kill you if you obstruct.
So, say that one more time.
I want to give the impression that like you can either like help us and we can help you, or you can oppose us and
So it's
deal with
like you're
that.
being both good cop and bad cop in one
Yeah.
fell swoop. All right, all right. Well,
Yeah, exactly. I'll give a good cop spiel followed by a bad cop
which
spiel.
is higher, your influence or your intimidation?
Okay, now I gotta look at my sheet. Influence is +4, intimidation is +5.
All right. Uh, Go ahead and make a roll. You're going to use your intimidation, but I am going to keep both approaches in mind to see what happens, and the die will decide whether people are more influenced, more intimidated, or none of the above.
Would I be able to help on this with basically standing beside him, kind of making myself look as large as I can while he's saying this?
Yes, yes, I do think so. And I want you to, if you would, describe a little bit what it means when Dermatera looks big and intimidating. Like, what does that visually look like?
So I am going to make my character sheet slightly larger and imagine this 8 foot tall. So I am a very large insect in a way that most people probably haven't seen before. Probably closer to a monster than a man, if people saw me at a distance. So, yeah.
Let's see it.
And then a D8. You get a +2.
So what's your
Okay, so
total, Azariel?
that would be 15 to 17.
A 17 total. All right, all right. So I think the people in there have differing reactions. Yeah, I think the two in the rough wolf clothes, they kind of eye you two, and you get these little nods almost of respect from them. I think you have influenced them. Um, the the two nobles, they kind of shake their heads a little bit and sober up, and actually think they're cringing away from you. You have definitely startled them. But
Okay.
you get the feeling that maybe they're startled, but almost shall we say, guilty looking in a way.
I'm going to put Hunter's Mark on one of them, and I will follow them later when it's nighttime.
Oh, well, it's already nighttime, but indeed, they are hunters marked.
Yeah.
But for this purpose, I will tell you later which one you hunters mark, but you're okay for now.
Okay.
I'd like to open
Interestingly
my
enough,
mind and see if
the
their thoughts are as guilty as they seem.
oh yes, absolutely. We're going to come back to that. I love
Okay.
that. So the one in the far corner with the slightly pointy ears, he almost just looks a little amused by you, but he still gives a little head nod. You hear from behind you, "I will aid you in whatever way I can," from the man sitting at the table who identified himself as Varus. And with that, we need to reveal a new ability that is Jackin's. Jackin, tell us what you're doing to read their minds.
Yeah, so I'm using Mind Sense. Basically, I spend 1 AP and 1 MP to open my mind. I can feel any minds within 10 spaces. And I'm going to push even further with Invade Mind and Read Thoughts, which is a contested roll, a spell check on my part versus their intelligence save.
All right. Very good. And you're trying to read the whole room other than your party, correct?
Yeah, but mostly those two.
Okay. Do you want the whole room or just those two?
The whole room, but I'm focusing more on those two specifically.
All right. So what I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to roll for the rest of the room because that's the
Okay.
background, and then we're going to get to the main event. So,
And I think I'll use my hero point on this.
all right.
Much better. 18.
18. The amused gentleman in the back with the slightly pointed ears, you actually can't sense anything from him. In fact,
Interesting.
it feels like his mind is shielded.
Hmm.
The yes, the one in the two in the wolf's clothing, you get the sense, uh, we stick to our business. Hunting wolves in the forests of Valaki and beyond is dangerous enough. But they are brave adventurers. I hope they die well. And interestingly enough, you do not feel like you're able to pierce the mind of the young man at the table. But you hear him reply, "If you be enemy, I will oppose you. But if you be one of these folks who would be my new friends, I will aid you. But
I like
you don't
friends.
need to look into my mind. I am an open book." And that's
Oh,
coming from the man sitting at the table.
okay. Sorry about that. Just pop out.
You see a little nod from him in acknowledgement, and he turns back to Arena. You get the feeling he's dealt with people with strange powers before. Now, let's see how you do with the main attraction. Oh, really well. They, first of all, they are clearly inebriated. Like, you're almost getting a contact high off of connecting with their brains. They have been drinking all day, and you get the background sensation that this is just comfortable and familiar. You know, looking into their minds, their names even. One is Nikolai and the other is Karl Wachter. And you can feel their pride in being the sons of the lady Fiona Wachter. And you also taste a little bit of their fear of Azariel and Dermatera, and like, I don't know that Mama would like these new adventurers siding with the Burgomaster. Um, and it sounds like they're against the Dread Lord. Mama would not be happy. By pissing down my leg? It's more a question. They're not sure. They're just that, in their cups. And that is what you know.
Yeah. Do any of them in the room seem like they would be good guard material?
Actually, the hunters, if you were willing, they would be outstanding.
Oh, okay.
Varys looks like he well knows his way around protective details. So
That
those
was
three, yes. The noblemen, they're big, but they're out of shape. They no. And the guy in the back, he looks more like a performer than a guard.
Yeah. I'm going to share all this information with Glimlor and Dermotera.
Are you doing it psychically?
Yes.
Very good. You share it with
yeah.
Arena. I'm sorry, did you hear me? Did you share it with Arena as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Matera?
Tara was already planning on asking the seemingly former adventurer to join the town guard. But good to know about the wolf people as well.
Yeah, start recruiting. So,
All right, who do you want to start talking to?
I think Dermot Tara is going to walk over to the performer, the one that had his mind shielded, and
Mhm.
just kind of get a friendly chat, figure out what his deal is. He certainly seems like the most powerful person in the room. And maybe that'll lead to something.
Very good. All right. That's what you're doing. I'd like to hear what everyone else is doing, and then we'll figure out what makes the most logical order to depict.
I think what now gaining this new information, I think that what Azario would probably do is with his meat in one hand and his wine in the other, he's going to slow saunter over to the nobles' table with his activating his sort of fiendish fire aspect. So like the eyes are like got a little burn, the smoke is coming up from his collar and emanating from the creases in his thing, and pull over and sit at the table with those guys.
Very good. Hold on. I got right to speak. All right. Hold on. We've got and what is Jackin doing?
he's going to go over to the two with the wolf pelts.
Very good. And as you all do this, the door to the inn opens, and you can see the mists look very thick. And as the door opens, striding through the mists comes a figure that you all are familiar with, both from New Bastion and your adventures in Bavaria. One that you almost feel like has been with you this whole time, and yet, for some reason, he wasn't in the room until just now. And Shepherd's Apprentice, would you please describe your character and your name as you walk into the Blue Water Inn?
Excellent. So, striding in to the Blue Water Inn, you see a creature that looks like it just doesn't make sense. He's he's about 6 feet tall, You see that his scalp is completely shaved. Looks familiar. However, even though from the eyes up he looks rather human, his nose and his mouth look orcish. You can see he's got big teeth jutting up from his lower lip. His jaw sticks out way too far, and he's got tattoos all over his face and head that you would recognize as runes of varying styles and shapes. He is wearing sort of a leather armor and carrying a battle axe. And no, it's not slung around his back. No, it's not in any kind. He's just hefting it in his hand because you know what? He really likes his axe, which actually has a shining rune right at the base of the blade. And he looks around, and you remember Mujun. Mujun, that's his name. Which again, because he just doesn't make any sense. He's like a living contradiction.
Very good. He is a living contradiction. And very briefly, out of character, would you like to introduce our audience to the man behind the Mujin?
Absolutely. So, my name is Dan Ackerman. I have been playing DC20 for quite a while now, since the very early on time. And it's also been my privilege to work with the amazing Varys Holman and Glen Finney for quite some time now in life, as I am a neurologist, and although my specialties are stroke and migraine, but I've taken the opportunity recently to see patients with mild dementia and to begin prescribing some of the newer disease-modifying therapies for Alzheimer's disease, and have been getting more and more into this opportunity. So it's just really exciting to be part of a fundraiser for the Alzheimer's Association, and to be here now at this time when finally there are new and great options for treatment. Yeah, that's me.
Very good. And Mujin, as you stride in, you see a few things. You see your fellow adventuring colleague Dermatera striding to the back of the room to speak with a brightly dressed man, almost dressed like a performer, indeterminate age with slightly pointy ears. You see, and you know, because you heard as you came in your mind, Jaqen reporting everyone's results of his mind sense, that this man's mind was shielded from him. You see that Azariel is striding, his eyes getting a little fiery, sauntering, one might say, over to another table that holds two young, clearly inebriated noblemen who Jaqen has shared with you are named Nikolai and Karl Wachter. And as he shares that name, you remember something from your dinner in Castle Ravenloft. That Anastasia, one of the companions of Strahd von Zarevich, told you, if you're ever in Vallaki, to come look her up at Wachter House, which that name strikes a familiar chord. You see Jaqen walking over to two younger men, but clearly experienced, dressed in wolf pelts, who are hunters in the forests. And you see sitting at the bar Irina, who looks a little destitute, and you can remember, of course, what happened to her brother and the children and the rescue, and they are currently lying in state at St. Andrew's Church after you all had successfully slew the nest of vampire spawn and retrieved the bones of St. Andrew. But she's speaking to a young, earnest man with flowing, curly, dark locks and a glaive upon his back, who introduced himself as Varys Holman. who seemed a little confused as to where he was, although he knew Barovia, and actually said you heard in Jockin's mind that he knew who Arena was. So the party has split into basically 4 different options. Mujin, who do you go join?
Oh, well, clearly, Mujin is, he always appreciates a good hunt. And he's definitely, I mean, he and Jockin have been through a little bit together now, and they've had each other's backs a couple of times. So he would definitely go and stride on over to party with his friends in the wolf pelts.
Very good, very good. All right, I think what we're going to do is we're going to start with Dermatera. Dermatera, so you walk up and the man, you get the feeling of age about him, although he looks in fairly good health. And he gives a little smile towards you, a little twinkle in his eyes. Ah, you are very exotic. My name is Octavio. I am a entertainer, and you have been very entertaining tonight as well.
Was that Nick Tavio?
Rick Tavio with an R.
Rick Tavio. Okay. I am significantly worse with names than I imagine my character would be.
Don't worry, I got you.
Greetings, Rick Tavio. My name is Dermoptera. We are adventurers from New Bastion, and we are the temporary heads of the town guard. And I'll show him our certification. Just lay groundwork. And then I will ask, so, as an entertainer, do you travel?
Yes, a bit. I have a wagon that I travel from town to town, entertaining the populace and collecting stories. I imagine you have a very interesting story to collect.
Yes, we do. I will trade stories with you, if you'd be so kind.
Oh, well, I think that would be a very fair trade indeed. Who should go first?
For the hospitality, as I approached you, I shall go first with my own story.
Yes.
So I guess how do you, Glenn, want to handle this?
I would suggest that it would be appropriate to tell a story of your time in Barovia.
Okay. So I don't know much about this guy at this point. I would probably give some more mundane story to ease into things. Thinking about what mundane is in Barovia, I'll probably tell him about the what is it, the house, the house where we had the ghost children in Death House, I think it was.
Yes. And is there anything in particular that you emphasize telling this story? You don't have to tell an actual story. You can just give me the bullet point version.
I have a adept mastery in theater, so I would like to not lie, but make it a good story. And I'll pick up some highlights here or there of the heroics and the horrors that we faced, and yeah. I don't think there's anything in particular. Maybe culminating in our escape of the house as the entire house became hostile with all the traps and all the ways that we daringly made ourselves out, and the near misses as it almost killed us type of thing.
Very good. Very good. So why don't you go ahead and give me that theater roll? Let's see just how good a performer Dermatera is on a dark and drizzling Barovia night. Barovia nights.
That is a 26.
I feel bad. I should have taken my hand axe out that Dan gave me. But anyway, 26 is an excellent theater roll. I think actually you are so engaging that like some of the other conversations pause. Like all eyes are on you, Dermatera. Like even the drunken brothers are like at the end. It's like, oh, that's really good, you know. And the wolf pelted hunters are like, strong work. And so actually that is going to have, you did so well. I think that's going to have some mechanical advantages for the others when they're doing their conversations.
Nice.
So Octavio says to you, "Oh, that was a well-told story, my friend. I think even better than I could tell. You clearly have a flair for the dramatic. So I will tell you a story. It is not my story, but it is a story. And I'll tell you what, you did so well, I think I'll tell you too, but I will start with this one. Several years ago, in the forests north of here, there was two children who had been lost in the woods. And one day, wolf hunters found them. Well, found one of them. They found a boy who could not remember what happened to his sister. They found him missing an arm. The boy was brought back to town and taken in by a well-to-do family, although they treated him more as a servant rather than a member of their own. Of the little girl, nothing was heard for a long time. But one day, that boy who grew very fast, he came out and he was transformed. His arm had been replaced with a large, scaly, clawed hand. And the story goes he could throw fire from it. How's that for a story?
I believe we've met that boy. And then I'll do something equivalent of, oh geez, I know there's not like a cross, but a cultural equivalent thing of like rest in peace.
All right. He kind of nods. Some stories do not have happy endings, do they? And you see his face. There's a little slip, and you think it's intentional, but he's letting show a little steel behind the smile. And you get the feeling he is no stranger to tragic stories. So, would you like to hear my second story now, or would you like to tell another story yourself?
Can I get an insight check as I'm listening to his story, kind of picking up mannerisms on if I think he is evil or potentially at least a helpful force, if not good?
Yeah, go ahead and give me that insight check. You're not going to be able to like read his alignment, quote unquote.
Yeah,
Which, by the way,
right.
DC20 doesn't have alignment, folks. For those of you who are
Mhm.
D&D nerds, but I get where you're going, and let's see how how insightful your observations are, and I'll see if I can at least give you a little bit of that flavor.
Another 26.
Wow, rolling hot, my friend. You are leaning back, and as he's telling the story and letting intentionally a little bit show, he's hard read. You get the feeling behind that he's putting on a show, that he's hiding, but you also get a feeling behind that there is some sort of commitment. Like this what he's letting you see behind the facade is a man of deep commitment. And you get the feeling of mission and an air of not you don't get an air of necessarily evil, but of tragedy. This man is no stranger to tragedy, both tragedies that have been perpetrated upon him. You wonder if also he has been the cause of some tragedy. You don't get the feeling he has any ill intent towards anyone in this room, but you get the feeling he is very committed, and he is no stranger to tragedy on either side of the equation.
All right. I am going to take a risk here, and I'm going to tell him the story of our entering Barovia and getting the tarot reading. If he can be of help, perhaps he has a story relating to what the prophecy or the prophecy or something.
So as you tell, you see his face just for a moment go stony and serious, but it's not hostile. It's rather great intent, and then it quickly disappears, and he smiles. And he laughs. That is quite the story. Those Vistani, they do such interesting things. So a man of your discernment and storytelling ability, I think you should come with me. I want to show you my journal. I have it in my room. I think you would find some of the stories very amusing and enlightening. Come. You can bring your drink. And you see actually a young boy comes with two platters. One has a steak and the other an apple. Like, oh yes. Can you hold those there for me? Yes, Mr. Octavio. The boy says, come, my friend. And he starts to point up the stairs, and he gives you a look where when his back is to the rest of the room, and it is all business, and it's
Yep. I want to give Jockin a look or something to make sure that we are connected telepathically the entire time, and then I will follow him.
all right.
In my mind.
Very good. All right. And we will come back to Dermatera. I think now probably the next place that would be of interest. I'd like to go to the brother, the two talking to the two dressed in wolf pelts. So, Jackin, Mujan, your show.
So I'm looking at I sit down at the table with the two men with the wolf pelts, and I say, how would you like to make a difference? And I look over and I see Mujun, and I say, oh, hey, Mujun, want to join us?
Absolutely. And Mujin walks over. He sits down. He still doesn't, sling his battle axe. He's still kind of holding it, kind of in his hands. Maybe rubbing the top just a little bit. This it's just kind of one of his quirks that you're real familiar with. And But he doesn't say anything yet. He just kind of sits down and he gives. If you remember the old animated Disney Beauty and the Beast, the first time the Beast tried to smile, it was this awkward, toothy, growly, intimidating kind of thing. And so he sits down, he tries to give what in his mind should be a welcoming smile, but his big yellow fangy teeth are kind of hanging out, and yeah.
So, as mentioned, the two are serious-looking fellows. Some might even call them dour, although their mood lightened a little bit. Light may not be the wrong word, but a little bit pulled out of their sort of taciturn state by hearing about the adventures of your group in Death House. And the one says, I am Yevgeny. This is Soldar. So it sounds like your adventurers, you have had some accomplishments. It is impressive. What are you planning to do with that axe?
And when Mugen speaks, you can tell at one time he had this really nice angelic kind of voice, and it sort of bothered him so much. He basically spent a good amount of time screaming heavy metal, just to try and gravel up his voice. And he looks at him and says, "Oh, this isn't for you. It's just here in case. Don't worry." And he gives that toothy, fangy grin again.
Very good. So they maybe relax like just a little bit, but you can see that they do have their weapons easily at hand. But not making any move towards them. You get the feeling that although they're being respectful of you, that they are very good at reaching for those weapons very quickly. In fact, you see on the bow some notches that you suspect may represent the number of kills this person's had. A well-known feature in many adventurers and hunters. So, what would you two have of us? Evgeny asks. Do you need a guide?
No, no guide. Well, one thing I've learned here, the politics are really messed up and weird, and we didn't like the way things were being done here with the town guard, so we basically took it over. And now we're looking to recruit some new people, and you seem like you might be a good fit.
We need
Well,
fighters.
well, we are not big fans of the city. We like getting out into the woods. Only during the day, of course, because only an insanely suicidal person goes out into the Barovia forests at night. Maybe you are one of those, but you do like coin. Let me ask this: what would you think of? Because I've seen the guard; they're not impressive.
Until now.
I don't know that we would suit well for long-term service, but your friends are very impressive. Um, we would be maybe willing to take on a short-term contract working with your guards, both to bolster them, but also maybe to give them some added skills. They could learn the bow more. I
Yeah,
believe they would benefit from that.
yeah, that'd be good. I mean, the town does need to be protected from the inside and the outside. So having patrol, around the city would be good. And that's where,
We could
you would.
we could do this.
Yeah,
Yes, outer patrol during the day, and then when we come back, we could train a little bit with them. It would be say 5 golden coins per day. That
we
is
can work
our
out the
usual.
details.
And does work out the details mean yes?
Well, I mean, we have to Well, probably, but we do have to make sure we check in with the burgomaster because I mean it's his coin. I don't personally care. Yeah, take the money, you know.
Well, maybe come back and talk with us when you have coin.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, what's the like treasure parcel to gold coin conversion rate?
It's not great. If you let me put it this way, if you want to throw out a treasure parcel to self-fund it, that will be enough to at least get them a few days of on board.
That's doable. Get started with that.
Well, remember though, Azariel, you're not at that table yet.
I know. I was just want to
No,
make sure everybody had.
no, Mujin's on board with that. He, although when he puts it down on the table, when he puts down two small stacks of 5 gold coins, he says, "But maybe one test of soldiering first. We could have a little fun outside."
Well,
Again,
we
big
only,
toothy grin.
we usually only hunt to kill. And he points to the wolf pelts and the notches on his bow. We're not very good at play fighting for sport.
Well, suppose you'll do.
They take in the coin. So, where are you all off to? Are you staying in Valaki long term? You sound like you're running the guard.
For now, we do have much bigger plans, but we gotta get the town guard situated first before we can leave. We want to make sure there's a decent force before we go.
Uh, and when you are, it is no matter to us, but I'm just curious. When you finish with this guard formation, where will you go next?
Well, wherever the road takes us, but the ultimate end goal, well, I'm gonna kill Strahd. That's what I'm gonna do.
As you say that, you feel a prickling along the back of your neck. Well,
What? Something on you again? Hold on. You
it
see
would not
Mujin reach
be
back.
the
He's trying to
first.
looking for bugs and stuff.
Oh,
It would not be the first to try. You know, some people say that mad wizard who led a revolt is still wandering the woods.
yeah, about him. You got any information you can share? We want to
Who,
talk to him.
the mad mage of Mount Bartok?
Yeah.
No, he has not been seen for a while now. But I used to see him around the north shore of Lake Zarovich. If the stories can be believed, shooting lightning bolts in the water to kill fish.
Okay.
Hmm.
Definitely go and take a look then. Thank you.
Well, if you wish to go there sometime and want to hire our services as guide, the 5 gold can get you that as well.
So no, we
But
will definitely
Can you
consider
shoot?
that.
Can you shoot lightning bolts?
no,
No.
can you?
What is sitting on the table?
It looks like the remnants of a couple steaks. You know, probably not beef, but steaks nonetheless. And some glasses of wine.
And is there a bottle?
No, but there are some glasses.
Well, yeah. At which point, Mujun would reach for one of the glasses, toast them, throw it down, and as he reaches back to put the glass down, his hand would crackle with electricity as he uses the shocking grasp cantrip. and in the hopes of creating maybe just a little bit of a light spectacle.
Impressive. You can keep that one, but buy us a new one.
I like these two. And yeah, he'll. Well, is there a barmaid or servant
There's
wandering
a
about?
boy who actually was just coming back from with a steak and an apple from the other table. You can grab him.
Yeah, that's what I would do and say.
Oh my
Get
god!
around the four over here.
The first time you said steak, I was imagining a vampire steak. I was like, that's an odd thing to bring to him.
Indeed. But maybe not so odd in Barovia. So yes,
Yeah.
he will take your order for another glass of wine. And I think with that, one last word. They'll say, well, when the time comes, if you do decide to go hunting mad mages, you might want to take some of the fishing boats to get across the lake. And again, if you hire us as guides, we can help you with that. With that, let's go over to Azariel.
All right, so Zariel plopped himself down at the table of these noblemen, smoke and fire crackling about him. And he says, gentlemen, I think it's my turn to tell a story. A story of how we can be pushed into cruelty and evil, into the service of wicked men through our own fear and avarice. However, those concessions to our souls can come with a price. Perhaps someone partially of hell comes, say, to the home of a corrupt burgomaster who has failed to care for the well-being of his people. And perhaps that agent unleashes holy hellfire, slowly burning, crisping, and crackling a pack of animals and men who are no better than animals to a pile of ash and sizzling tallow. However, there is always the chance for redemption and service of good and the regular sun-fearing folk of the land. And I hope, gentlemen, that you seize what opportunities remain to you to embrace one path before the other finds you. And with that, he's going to stand up and walk away back to the bar.
They look just utterly stunned and confused. Like they almost don't even know what to do with themselves. Like literally, it's as if you have completely shattered all their preconceived notions, and they're not actually clear-headed enough to even know where to start with that. Like they're just looking at each other. It's like, what's going on? What's going on, man? And with that, so you walk back to where, Azariel?
I'm going to go back to the bar.
Very good.
If are the other two still? Actually, you know what? If the other two are still sitting with the hunters, I'll go sit with them.
They are, but it looks like they may be concluding their business there.
That's fine.
Okay.
Did I overhear
so-
this story from Demalor? From Azariel?
Aren't you still maintaining a mind link with all of us?
Yeah, fair. In that case, I want to scream into their minds, hell comes for you. Repent, repent. Just leave it at
All of
that.
a sudden, you guys hear a clattering. The chairs fall down, and those two go bolting out of the door. Like one trips and falls flat on his face. The other one's like, "Get up!" and shoves him out the door. And they go out into the drizzle and mists, and the door slams shut behind. As they do, the older woman with the feathers in her hair comes back. She's got all of the food you ordered and the drink, and off on a separate, like, wooden tray. You get the feeling it's not used as much. Is some what looks like leftovers and a sort of it's like a ladle that's filled with some brackish looking water. And she's like, this is what was ordered. If you'd be so kind to come with me, my husband would speak with you about the matter since you are head of the guard now.
So, am I already upstairs at this
You are.
point?
You are at this
Okay.
point. Yeah. So you are not with the group yet. So it's up to this group what they're going to do next here. They know
Yeah.
you went upstairs. They know she's asking for you guys to speak urgently with her husband.
Oh, sure. Let's go have a chat.
Okay, sure.
All right. Very good. Don't worry, Dermatera. I have not forgotten about you.
Oh,
But
good.
we are going to quickly go, and she takes you to a one of the back rooms. And I think for this, it doesn't matter that much which it is, but I do want to try and show you. And when she takes you back, there's two younger boys, including one of the ones who was serving. And this is the picture, sort of. I'm trying to make it a little bigger. Anyway, but that gives you a rough idea of the family. The woman, an older man sitting there, and the one that the woman puts her hand upon has been the one serving. The other one's a little haughty, um, and she whispers for the younger boy to go and see to the guests. See if I can. Let me see if I can. I'll deal with that later. But um, she introduces you to her husband, uh, whose first name is escaping me at the moment, but last name is Marchikov. And he greets you. My wife tells me that you are now head of the town guard. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Men of principle were required for the post.
Yes, this is true. This is very true. We sorely lacking principle in Balaki and, dare I say, all of Barovia for a very long time. You are outsiders. He doesn't ask, he says it. But you seek to serve the people of Valaki.
Indeed, to free this cursed valley of the forces of evil.
Well, my name is Erwin. Erwin Matakov. This is my wife, Danica. We run the inn here, which for people from the outside, this may seem like it is not an inn. But you must understand something about Barovia, and particularly Valaki. It is a place of deep sorrow. There is very little the people have here to numb the pain of being here. And rightly or wrongly, one of the ways they lighten their burden is with the wine we serve here. We try to keep it well stocked. It seems there's a thirst that never ends in this land.
Better
But
wine than dream pies.
he narrows his eyes a little. What do you know of those dream?
Too much. Too much.
They're nasty.
Yes, and so are the women who deal in them, not to be messed with.
Oh,
I
we
had
asked.
heard that there were some strangers who had an altercation with them at their windmill.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You may indeed be the right men for this job. Here, let me get to the point of the matter. The wine shipment from the vineyard, the Wizard of Wines, is overdue. Badly overdue. We're keeping up pretenses, but we've had already to water the wine down as far as it can be, and it is going to run out in a day, two at most. I fear what the people of Vallaki might do if they had to face Vallaki in the light of day with no comfort. I know it sounds ridiculous, but any little piece of light or comfort is precious to the people, and I fear without it there will be trouble. So, as the head of guards here for Vallaki, what I would warn you, and what I would beg you, is I would warn you that if the wine stops in Vallaki, and I am not just talking about our inn, we are better off. There is no other wine to be had in all of the city. If it runs out, there will be trouble more than perhaps your guard wishes to handle, and against people they would rather not have to turn their hands against. And I beg you to go to the vineyard, see what has happened, and get a shipment to us.
Yeah, I can understand that. I'm not too happy that there's no ale, so yeah, I can understand if you run out of everything. So we can look into that.
Very good. Obviously, it
The
is
need for succor is deep.
out of character. What did you say?
The need for succor is deep.
It is. It is steep. Um, Obviously, if you were to do this boon, we could offer you free room and board for your time here as town guards. It would be a pleasure to honor you in that way if you manage to pull off this boon for us.
We will do this thing for you, but offer your largesse to the people here.
You're truly a man of the people. I respect that.
I hope I didn't, out of character, I hope I didn't go too off script for the rest of the thing. I didn't want to speak for everyone. I'm not that.
Don't worry, he's still offering it to the rest of you. He'll just take that into account.
I'll just take a haystack. That's all I need, and an ale.
All right. So, undo. There we go. All right. So with that, he says, truly, I've kept you long enough. Please eat, drink. We'll have rooms made up for you if you need it. But please, I urge you, at first light, seek out the Wizard of Wines. You must go beyond the Sunset Gate. What a name. I don't even know anyone who's ever seen a sunset here. Go beyond to the west, beyond the Sunset Gate, and the road is clear.
What's the fastest
All
way to
right.
travel?
Well, I mean by horseback, but the only people who have horse and wagons are the burgomaster and the Vistani. They camp to the south of the city wall.
Hmm. Oh, I'm
I'm certain the
sure.
burgomaster will have few reservations about letting us borrow his carriage.
Quite so. Quite so.
Very good. Well, it is probably better to deal with the burgomaster since you are some sort of arrangement than to deal with the Vistani. The Vistani, of course, they are somewhat of a mixed bag. Some are useful and kind, and some are under the shadow of the Dread Lord. So best to deal with the Burgomaster than those brothers to the south at the Vistani camp, Uvash and Aragal.
They throw a good party.
They do throw a good party, but they also deal in darker matters. So if you can get the horses from the Burgomaster, that would be a good way to go. But I've kept you here long enough. You guys go back to the general room to eat? Very good.
Yeah.
That's going to bring us to Dermatera. So, Dermatera, you are taken to a private room, one of the few private rooms here, actually, at the Blue Water Inn. And the jovial Victavio guides you in, and as he closes the door and takes a key out and locks it behind you, it's like he transforms. He doesn't change physically, but his demeanor completely changes. All pretense at being a joker and a performer drops, and you see a very stern, serious face looking at you. So, you would take the Dreadlord down. This I would see happen.
We will.
So, let me go over with you again these portents that Madame Ava gave you. She is a powerful seeress. She would have information that would be well to be heeded. Can you tell the story again? Out of character, do you, Taco Danger, remember any of them?
I remember that you posted them in the chat recently.
I did indeed.
The group chat because I specifically asked for it. No,
Yes.
I don't remember all of the specific details, but all right, yeah, I have it up here. Let me just half screen that. So we had 5 parts. Part 1 was the 2 stars. The 2 of stars, the diviner tells a story. Basically, there was the tome of Strahd that the Vistani had, and she gave it to us. That gave us stories of like the background of Strahd and such. There's the Master of Swords. The warrior tells of a powerful force of good and protection. It lies in the womb of darkness, the devil's lair, the one place to which he must return. I'm not entirely sure what the womb of darkness is. I would kind of assume that it was Strahd's castle, but
he nods his head. It could be no other place.
So there is a powerful symbol of great hope in Strahd's castle. Would we need this to ideally fight him?
The portent seems indicated, yes.
All right. Next is the Master of Stars, the Wizard, a card of power and strength. There's this weapon of vengeance, a sword of sunlight. Look to the tower on a lake. I don't know. Like I know we have a lake in front of us, and I know that the rest of my party knows that of the wizard scene at the lake. So I guess I would ask him, have you heard of a wizard at the lake just north of us who may be able to guide us or help us? As number 4 is the King of Diamonds of Broken One sheds light on the one who will help you greatly in the battle against darkness. Your greatest ally will be a wizard. His mind is broken, but his spells are strong. And number 3 says, look for a wizard's tower on a lake. Let the wizard's name and servant guide you to which you seek. So I would assume then that we need to get to the wizard anyway so that we can get this Sword of Sunlight. And he is also going to be a ally. Even though he's crazy.
Still being
Sounds
So
about
I
mindless.
par
guess-
for course for your group.
What was that?
Sounds about par for course for your group.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Still being mind linked, I'm going to share the new details that I received with Dermaptera.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah,
So
you're getting that live because this is happening pretty similar in time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll ask him if he knows anything else about the wizard or a Sword of Sunlight or anything to that regard.
Give me a charisma influence check, and you're going to actually have advantage on this.
All right. Nat 20 for a 28.
All right. Love it.
Boom.
All right. You know what? With a natural 20, he's been wearing a rather fanciful hat. He takes it off and he transforms, physically this time, into an older man, stern in countenance. You can see a silvered sword at his side that was hidden. Adventurer, my name is known to the Empire. It must not be said lightly. I am Rudolph Van Richten, Vampire Hunter. And I believe I can help you on your quest. I must swear you and your party, though, not to say my name or the name of the Dread Lord. He has the power to scry, and he can detect it. Right now in this room, we are
Immediately telepathically sending that "don't say his name" to the rest of the party.
Just as Jack
If
is
I
about
can.
to say it out loud. Oh.
Yes. In this room, we are shielded, but beyond it, I won't be able to keep up the pretenses while we are traveling. I will aid you and your companions, and I do know somewhat of what these likely portend. What I would say is, if you already have the tome in your possession, that is critical information I have been looking for, and I would greatly love to have a chance to review that tome. There may be other secrets yet to be unearthed in it that would hold the key to slaying the vampire.
I think Jockin has the tome.
He does.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we established that Jockin carries the tome
Yep.
because he's the only one who's always here.
Yep. I will agree to that on his behalf.
Very good. The other clues, the holy symbol of great hope, I'm not certain. Although there are legends of certain holy artifacts here in Barovia that might fit that bill. But I fear that I know what the location is of which you speak. It truly can only be the resting place of the Dreadlord himself, wherever he goes to rest during the day. That is probably within the Castle Ravenloft in the depths. So, while that may be a useful tool, it will be dangerous to retrieve. Give me 1 minute. The others you speak of, I do not know of this mad mage. I've heard the rumors, but I do not know fully about them. But what I can tell you is that he is not at the tower of which you speak. I have been staying in that self-same tower. I wasn't quite sure that there was such an artifact. I have been trying to discover if it holds some additional ways to combat the vampire, but now with that lead, I think we could travel there together. It is not far. My tower, the wizard's tower that I have taken possession of, and I think I could help you to get in, and together we could look for it. Lastly,
I would. Let's see. There was something specific about the. Sorry, let me just jump to that again. It said, "Look for the wizard's tower on a lake. Let the wizard's name and servant guide you to which you seek."
he shakes his head. That is the tower, and I know how to get in and what it means.
Okay. All right. And then the last one is a man of death named Erigal will forsake his dark lord to serve your cause. Beware, he is a rotten soul. Guide you to which you seek.
He is a assassin of the Vistani. He camps not far from here. He may be, according to the foretelling, integral to finding the vampire, but I would not trust him, and I would suggest that do not approach him until you are prepared to take down the vampire lord himself.
Sales today is broken. We're all working.
I would love to travel with you to the wizard's tower to try to find the Sword of Sunlight. Do you plan on traveling with us to the very end to defeat Strahd? Sorry, no, right. I would love to the tower's warded, but he wouldn't have said the name. Or the room is warded.
Hold on, I will take you to the tower. We will seek out together that Sword of Light. I do have some other matters that I will need to attend to, but I will give you a way to send word to me when you are ready. I will try to come and aid you at that time. I will take you at the very least, I can help you to retrieve the Sword of Light.
I will give a deep bow and say, something to the extent of "for Barovia," as I hold up a hand or something because I don't have anything to drink with.
He does a little bow, gives a little flourish of the hat. Death to the undead. And then he puts his hat back on, and it's almost as if he transforms physically and in his mannerisms and is a light-hearted entertainer once again. So we go downstairs. And with that, what we see
Guys are
downstairs,
so over here.
yes, what we see downstairs is Jacques and Mujan and Azariel coming out of the back to claim their meals, and there's an extra meal there. And it is the meal that Alara has recently ordered as she is sitting in the common room of the Blue Water Inn. You feel like she's been with you through most of this, but it's been a little unseasonably quiet for her. Alara, you're probably sitting at the bar next to Irina and a young man with long, flowing, curly black hair, dressed in chainmail and a glaive at his back, who Irina would have introduced to you as a newcomer, Varys Holman, who strangely enough, seems to know her, but she doesn't know him. But he has been talking to her about joining the town guard that you all have managed to take control of in an agreement with the burgomaster, who was rather cowed by your group and is now under obligation to listen to the advice of Arena and leave the town guard to your party to see to. And with that, would you describe what Alara looks like and tell us a little bit about you, our next player, Trixie?
Yeah, hi, I'm Trixie, and I've been playing RPGs for 2 years, and started with DC20 midway through the Kickstarter. Absolutely love it. And my character, Ilara, is a Spellblade. As I can see, we have 2 other Spellblades in the party. And shouldn't have any problem with healing in this party. um, and so she is about 5'4" and about 130 pounds. So she's a little bit stockier for her size. And she has a blonde, like a platinum blonde mohawk. And which I used to have when I created this character. I had the mohawk, but I got rid of it because somebody didn't like it. And anyway, that's pretty much it. Oh, she's in all metal armor, plate armor, because she's also, besides a healer, she's a warrior too.
Very
Little
good.
bit tankier.
Very
That's it.
good. Sorry, I accidentally tried to do something and it flipped out on me. Sorry about that. Very good. You all can hear me okay, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. So, Alara, what are you saying to Arena and this newcomer Varys as you see Mujan, Jaqen, and Azariel starting to come into the room?
I'm just telling Arena that we do need more people in the guard. We need more people because of what happened, and I don't know what Varys plans to do with that piece of information, but if he's the one that's going to start recruiting, he needs to get on it now.
Well, Varys says, I've been separated from the group that I found myself in Barovia with. And it's strange. It's almost as if this is but is not the Barovia that I've been traveling through. But I was sent here with a purpose. My mentor Aiden sent me here to try and help bring light to the people of Barovia. And yes, I could actually help with the town guard. You see, my father was captain of the town guard in the town we lived in. In fact, he is the one who first trained me in the use of the pole arm, and he pats the glaive on his back, and you see a little crackling of blue holy energy along the edge of the
Nice.
of the glaive. Maybe there are 3 spell blades amongst you, or spell swords. Spell blades. But
interesting. Well, we would love to have you. We definitely need a guard captain, as far as I know. And I think you might fit that bill. If you feel comfortable and would like to take that position on.
But
That would allow us to get back to what we are needing to do to try and save Barovia.
well, I mean, have just started in trying to follow in the steps of my mentor, but to honor the steps of my father as well. It would be an honor. I feel humbled by it and a little uncertain. But I know I have a strong arm and an ability to use it for good, and I have a mission. If you all truly believe this is the best way that I could serve, uh, Irina, I know you don't know me. I don't know why, but if you believe this would serve, then I will do my best.
Yes, Arena, I'm sorry. I probably should have asked you first before before
She
going ahead and offering that
she
to him. I
she
apologize.
he turns to Alara with a weary smile. No, Alara, you in the days I have known you have been an inspiration. I would trust Alara's judgment and her sword with my life, or whip, I should say. I think, but
No, sword.
sword. Sorry,
Yep.
that's Azariel. Whip, sword. You all have such interesting rules. But no, I trust Alara implicitly. If she, even in the few moments that we have been together, trusts that you could do this, I would ask you to do it. Nods and he says, I will do my best, and that is all I can do for as long as I can do. And together, perhaps we can bring more light to Barovia and overthrow this darkness that hangs about it. In the names of all who live here and those who have died and suffered under this cloud. She nods and says, thank you, Irina says. And with that, Jaqen, Mujin, and Azariel, you guys approach. I think at this point you see a jovial Rictavio dressed in his performer's gear coming down the stairs, leading Dermatera, and the group is reunited.
I would like to telepathically communicate all of the conversation to the group. Again, emphasizing don't say Strahd's name or
Whose name?
who else was it I wasn't supposed to say lightly?
Unrichten?
The hunter.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Say Rictavio, don't say his real name.
Okay.
You know, the one you don't remember?
Yes. Yeah, that it helps.
Right, that's the one.
I'll just call him Ricky for short. Make it easier.
You know, we could just call him Van Helsing because that's sort of the archetype, but that's not his actual name, so we could get away with that.
Or just Helsing. Anyway. So
I've seen that anime as well.
you all managed to eat a good dinner. You've hired some additional trainers / guides. You have recruited a new captain of the guard for when you all have to depart. You've agreed to going to seek out what happened to the Wizards of Wine. I will tell you, since you did inform Rictavio, aka Von Richten, of your goal there, he would mention that basically the place that I was talking about, yeah, that place. It's quite a fixer upper, but it is on the way to the Wizard of Vines, I believe. So we could make a short stop there if you would so like.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, I was reading somewhere. Are we going by the Wizard Tower on the way to the wine? Is that what you said?
That seems to be what Rictavio is suggesting
Okay.
you could do.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Wizard
think that's
Tower on the
reasonable.
way to the Wizard of Wines. I'm feeling it's Wizards of Waverly Place. Here we are.
There you go. The Wizard of Wines, that's right.
Although I feel like things never go right when we take a detour from the main quest. Somebody always heads up dead when we do that.
Look, we just split the party and survived to come back together. We can conquer anything.
Yeah, we could all. Hey,
Yes, we were in a tavern at the time, but
You know, we can totally split the party. I think that's a brilliant plan. I think that's exactly what y'all should do.
Split the party.
Yeah, that's a definite no.
We just did. We just did.
So who wants to go into Strahd's castle alone to hunt for this sacred artifact thing?
I'll do it.
You sang that out loud.
No.
It was nice
Mentally.
knowing
In another-
Gabriel.
So a different D&D group I play with, we've started calling, we made our official party name Skinter Pars, which is split the party in Latin.
Ah, I love it.
Nice.
Well, I can't recall. Does this party have a name?
That's a good question. I don't think we do.
Wait, do we? Trying to remember.
It could be the light in the darkness.
I like it.
We
So
could be
Nightlight?
the new Bastonians.
What's that, Tervatera?
We could be the new Bastonians.
It could be the mighty, mighty Bastones.
That's true.
Oh gosh. No. The champions of New
I
Bastion.
need a bard with the trumpet.
I like the champions of New Bastion.
Yeah. that
All
works.
right. And so
Still
we're
like light in the
christened
darkness, but
in the Blue Water Inn, the adventuring party of the champions of Bastion
Yay.
or New Bastion. Which is it, Bastion or New Bastion?
New
You going old
Bastion.
school or new
New
school? All right.
I think it's New Bastion. What do you guys think?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we're all from New Bastion.
Yeah.
I don't think we know what Bastion is. At least my character doesn't.
I do not
So-
think you do.
So, Glenn,
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that, like, I get the sense that, like, the group's probably going to wind down for the night and start the mission in the morning, but I just wanted to say that, like, I would like Azariel, after everyone goes to sleep, to basically just do a cursory sort of wander around the town, just using that hunter's mark that he has on those nobles, just to make sure that I know where they live, and just tuck that away. I don't plan on doing anything about it now. I just want to
Yes.
make sure that I know where to
Yes.
find them, so that I don't have to keep having my mark on them.
Yes, absolutely. It leads you to a little bit to the north. It's very clear from the tracks that they really were stumbling and not doing well, but they made it to and I'm going to describe what it looks like to you. Give me a moment here.
Okay. While you're getting that ready, I just want to say, so that as Azariel is sort of stalking them and following their steps, at one point he kneels down and he dabs his fingers in the mud, holds it up to his nose, and it's like fresh piss.
Yep. Yes, indeed. All right, give me a second here, and I want to describe. Disgusting yet apt. All right.
I love that thing that trackers do in every movie where there's a tracker. They always pick up a turd or something.
Yep. All right. So your hunter's mark and the tracking leads you to a older but bigger home to the north. This is what it looks like to you in the darkness. This house seems disgusted with itself. It's a slouchy.
Are you sharing an
roof.
image?
What's
Yeah,
that?
we're currently looking at the tavern.
That is correct. I'm not showing a
Oh, okay.
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 This
Sorry, I
is
do not have a picture
Theater
with
of the
showing.
mind. Theater
That's
of the
totally
mind.
fine.
y'all.
I just want to make sure I wouldn't miss something.
My apologies. I don't have a picture for this one, but I do have a description. A
Go for it.
slouching roof hangs heavy over furrowed gables, and moss-covered walls sag and bulge under the weight of the vegetation. As you study the house's sullen countenance, you hear the edifice actually groan. Only then do you realize the extent to which the house hates what it has become. And that's where the trail ends. They are somewhere in there.
All right. Yeah, I'll just keep that in my back pocket for later.
Yes, you'll be easily able to find this.
And
And so I
Glenn,
believe-
just real quick, before turning in for the night, in fact, before leaving the common room, Mujin would want to use his sense magic feature.
Very good. We have little doggies. They're so excited in the background.
Are they magic little doggies?
If we
Is that
get
what
a
I
few
sense?
more donations, I might do like little puppy shots and show the doggies.
Nice.
As you know, doggies are delightful. All right. Yes. Why don't I have to make a roll against that, and you have to make a roll, I believe.
Mhm.
Correct?
Yes, that is correct. Well, let's see. Focus
Or
on
is it
mind,
against your
following creature
save DC?
types. No, it's no, never mind. It's just flavor. So it's 1 minute focusing your mind. So within 20 spaces, I would detect aberrations, celestials, elementals, fays, fiends, or undead, and I make a spell check against each creature's mental save.
Yes, if you'd be so kind as to make that spell check.
I would indeed be so kind. Let's
And
see.
what is it that it senses again?
So it senses those creature types: aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, and undead. I would learn the target's creature type and know its location.
All right. Go ahead and make that roll.
Why is that not rolling? "13 plus 5 is 18.
All right. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, little doggies in the background. Little doggies. We're trying to raise money. All right. Let me get that roll going. And you know what? I'm just going to I have to send something real quick. Pardon me. I beg your pardon. Okay. All right. And let me see what all maybe I have to also roll. I'm gonna this one because it would reveal like how many things are trying to resist you if I showed it. I'm not showing it. Just to be transparent there. Second here. Just need to get to that part of my notes there.
So did I hear correctly that we're getting ready to turn in for the night?
You did hear correctly, Laura.
Ooh, ooh, ah.
And why? What is Laura thinking about that idea?
Well, Laura has something to say before everyone goes to sleep. But
Oh,
not to everyone. She's just going to monologue.
all right. I love it. If you would like to go ahead and do that monologue, go for it.
Actually, can I
Okay.
interject real quick before that? Because Jackin wants to go and check in with Alara, see how she's feeling. So how you doing?
Okay.
You feeling all right?
Uh,
Any
yeah.
urges?
Well, um, it's funny that you should ask.
Hmm.
I was about to pull out something out of my backpack that I've had for a while now.
Huh?
That no one knew that I had. Do you remember when we were looking for Gertrude and we ran into that old shack and it had the hags in it, the one lady that was selling the dream pies?
Well, yeah. Ever since I found out what
Remember?
was in them, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, That stack of dream pies was just sitting there. Just
no.
sitting there.
No.
I couldn't resist. I grabbed one. I'm just so you know what it did to me last time.
Yeah.
You know how it made me feel.
Mm-hmm. I
I
felt it.
just thought maybe once more wouldn't be bad. And she
Just-
pulls out the dream pie and she's holding it in front of Jackin.
Oh, oh,
Just
no.
remember, you'd be eating children.
Yeah, that does kind of make me
What? No.
want to retch a little.
Don't do it.
Now,
That's
quick question: where is this conversation going on?
Hopefully out of earshot of Azariel.
it would be probably in my room because I was heading up to my room to do my monologue about said dream pie.
Yeah, that makes sense.
uh,
All right,
so
that's good to know. And yes, Zaxania, it got dark.
Don't eat it. Don't eat it.
uh,
It's just gonna get harder every time.
well,
I know it feels good at the time, but it's not worth the long-term effects. We need you at your best for this.
yeah, I guess you're kind of right. And it won't be as fun as last time because you won't be there. So, all right, here, take this and dispose of it for me.
Yeah,
And
I'll
she
get rid of it.
hands him the dream pie.
Thank you. Good choice. Good
Thank
choice.
you.
Yeah.
And you know what? For making that good choice and having that role play, everyone's getting an extra hero. That took a lot.
An extra what?
Extra hero point.
Oh, cool.
That took a lot. So for standing up against the darkness and addiction, you all get a hero point.
All I want to say is be careful where you dispose of it because you don't know who's going to eat.
Oh, the
If it's in the
trash.
trash.
Yes, I
Oh.
forgot. Derma
No.
eats
He's
the
gonna
trash.
destroy
That's
it.
to burn
He's
it.
not. Yeah, toss it out.
You'll
Okay,
need to
all
burn
right.
it. Just burn it.
Yeah.
Throw it in a fire. Burn.
Yes. The raccoon is great. All right. Anything else from our intrepid adventurers before they turn in for the night?
Jockin, it is so good to be back with you, though, I have to say. I missed you a lot.
Missed you too. It's good to have you back.
And are all of you just gonna, bed down for the night? Is there any sort of precautions being taken, or do you feel safe enough that you can just sleep normally here in the inn? I will say you do get the general impression, honestly, this may, other than like being with the Bones of St. Angelo, this may be about the safest place in town.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
I think Azariel will probably bar his door. It's a paranoid sort.
All right.
Trixie says to Jockin, like, not in a romantic way or anything like that, but would you want to stay here and we can keep each other company?
Yeah, sure, I can do that.
Awesome.
Arena says, would there be enough room for 3?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Very
in
good.
in an attempt to absolutely make it weird, Mujin says, "You could come stay with me."
To which Arena says, that is very sweet of you, Mushin. Thank you. I
He
think
flashes that big toothy kind of grin.
Yep. I think we're good for tonight, but I'm sure there will be many times in our travels where I would appreciate your strong arm beside me in the night.
I'd prefer sleeping under a bed if at all possible.
That is possible. Yes, absolutely.
Mm.
Yes. So, Mujin, are you sharing anything about your success or failure with your magic sense?
Oh no.
Thank you.
Nope, not yet.
All right. Very good. Um, so night falls, and you all, one by one, drift to sleep. And as the night falls, you dream. And strangely, the first thing you dream of is New Bastion. Dream you're back in New Bastion. You have a black silk purse beside you filled with blood red coins stamped with the visage of Strahd von Zarevich. And you also have what you imagine is almost a full day there. But then you sleep truly. And for the long, it's been a long time since you've slept truly. And not dreamt of either Barovia or New Bastion. Let me ask, Dermatera, what does Dermatera dream?
He is probably dreaming of this brand new thing that they started in New Bastion called a landfill. That it's where they just shove all of the waste and garbage in one location. He's like imagining himself on like a cliff diving into this massive pile of garbage and like you know how like cartoons how they like eat themselves as like a tunnel through jello and stuff. That's what he's envisioning.
Oh wow, that's a pleasant dream for Dermatera. And what about Azariel? What does Azariel dream of in the night?
Azariel dreams of when he was a boy, walking through a market with his mother and having a picnic with her in a field. And but that pleasant remembrance of those tender moments is interrupted like jump cut style with the image of him cradling her charred corpse and goes back and forth. It's like nice fun day picnic, son, and then the flashes of her charred remains with burning tears coming down Azariel's young face as a large fiery being walks away in the background.
And as you're dreaming that, another figure appears in your dream. She has dark hair and dark horn and a cruel visage on her face. You would recognize this as clearly a creature of the lower planes in the night, but also touched a little by
I'm sorry, what?
dream. You
I,
see
That's
you,
striding towards you in this dream a night hag, and she cackles at you, and she crooks a twisted finger towards you, and as she does, she says, "Why do children keep dying on your watch?" And she is going to make a psychic attack against your mental defense, and you have to make a mental save.
Can I cast shield or anything like that?
I am going to allow it. Yes, you may.
Okay. I will cast shield. My mental save will be charisma, which is a +6. Get a die here.
It's a total of 11 against your mental defense.
So I got a 15 on the save, and 11 misses my mental defense with shield up. I would have anyway, but yeah.
Very good. I would like you to describe how this hurts, but in the end, you are able in your dreams to ward off this mental assault.
Okay, so she's coming talking to me about the kids, and I see their bodies.
Yes.
And in fact, I see all the bodies
Yes.
of people that have been lost on my watch throughout my various wanderings, and it's like they almost start rising and like reaching at me, and then I do one of those things, and then like whips like come off of like out of my skin. Essentially, my whips flail off and fire around me, banishing the ghosts and knocking away the spirit of the hag from my mind.
Indeed. And that is what you dream of. And Alara, what do you dream of in the night?
When I fall asleep, the last thought that I have is about the dream pie.
You do.
And so my dream, I am dreaming of the dream pie and what it's made of. And it turns from a somewhat slightly good dream or an okay dream into a complete nightmare. And just, seeing the memories of seeing those children's bones and the hags that were making the dream pies out of the children. Just I feel sick, like I'm just so sick. And then next thing that happens is kind of like a almost a flash. There's Jackin with a smile on his face, checking on me and asking me how I'm doing. It's kind of like a replay of what happened. I don't know if any of you have had dreams like that where it's been almost like an exact replay of your day or something, but yeah, and that was kind of like what it was. And just getting to see Jack and smiling and that he was able to help me overcome my addiction to the dream pie was what left. That was the end of my dream. It ended on a very good note. So
Very good. And Mujin, how about you? What did you dream?
Well, Mujin, in his dream, he is back among, the sort of tribe of orcs that in which he grew up. But he always he never really quite fit in. He has this just a little bit of this angelic touch in his past, and although it makes him maybe almost minimally tolerable among typical humans, among orcs, he was seen as the sort of the cute, adorable, soft one. and he always hated that. He just hated it. But he's had these dreams many times in the past, and as he does, he has practiced using this opportunity to reinforce what he knows about runes and rune magic. And as is his wont, when he recognizes this scene that he's seen so many times, he's able to, he's able to focus on his runes and start to run through them again and again, going through the names, the meanings, how they're inscribed. As he does that, he starts to look down, and instead of his arms being so many bare the way they were when he was young, you can see where they've been. He's able to see the tattoos that he has able now. To focus on his runes sort of and coming out and start to run through them again and again. It's the first time he's been able to the names, dream the meanings, like how they're inscribed. As he does that, he starts to look down, and that instead of his arms being so many bare the way they were when he was young, something else for you can see where they've been. He's able to see the tattoos that he has able now. To focus on his runes and coming out and start to run through them again and again. It's the first time he's been able to the names, dream the meanings, like how they're inscribed. As he does that, he starts to look down, and that instead of his arms being so many bare the way they were when he was young, he can see where they've been. He's able to see the.
All right, there we go. Sorry about that.
No
what did you say? Sorry.
And what does Jackin dream of?
Jackin finds himself back in New Bastion, sitting in one of the popular inns there, and he's just sitting back having an ale with his friend Rylan, his little Kender friend. And they're telling stories to each other, laughing, smiling, having a grand old time. And the moment sort of ends with them, cheersing their cups together. And it sort of changes to an odd two-dimensional cartoon version of Strahd puppeteering Rylan.
And as you see that it's not just Rylan who is being puppeteered. And the scene goes from being two-dimensional to being horribly realistic. But you feel sinewed strings attached to your body. As towering over you, you see the visage of Strahd von Zarevich.
Oh.
You partook of blood of my blood. You have marked yourself. Come to me. And you will, Jackin. You will come to me eventually. As will Arena, as Rylan already is. Do not disappoint me. Survive long enough to serve me, Jackin. And with that, you wake up in a cold sweat, but you notice that your body doesn't feel the same. In fact, you can feel on your back bat-like wings and a little bit of sharpness to your draconic fangs. By the way, you now have access to your level 4 abilities, but they have been Barovian vampirized.
That's unsettling. Wow. Probably shouldn't have drank the vampire blood during that fight. Shit. Ah. Okay.
Whoa. Wait, you drank vampire blood?
Yeah, see, it was like this whole thing, the
missed it.
vampire. a vampire bit me, and as we were getting swarmed, it bit me, and I was like, "Oh yeah, well I can do that too." So I bit him, and I started drinking his blood just like he did to me. And then another vampire was like, "Well, anything you can do, I can do better." So he bit me, and then I was like, "Well, no, you can't." So I bit him, and yeah, I drank two blood. So that's probably not good. And now, I just had a dream with Strahd, and yeah, he kind of just told me that I partook of his blood, and then I will be coming to him eventually. I mean, which is true because I plan to kill him. So, I mean, this is kind of a hindrance.
I'm not going to let you become one of his minions.
I don't plan
I
on it
I
either.
can't stand for that.
Dermot Terra's head pops out from under the bed and says, "Yeah, we'll get him."
Wait, Dermaptera's in our room too? You sneaky
Yeah.
little bastard. How did you get in our room?
Oh, I've been in like everyone's room tonight. You know, go bed to bed is my philosophy.
Okay.
And you all will get an extra experience point for that moment. Although we're doing this for charity, this is counted as an official DC20 West Marches session, so you all will earn XP and TP for it on the West Marches. That's a great moment. Gives a whole new meaning to bedbug. So you guys are awakened. The pitch dark of a Barovian night is replaced by the gray gloom of a Barovian day, and it is early morning. Morning stretches before you. What will you do?
Let's go
I imagine
get some
we
horses.
Horse
yeah,
time.
very quick breakfast for the road and head on out early, I imagine.
Well, you're good and full after snacking on our shavings of our skin and stuff while we were sleeping. Maybe we're not full enough to go anywhere yet.
The
Somebody wants a
Mardikovs
continental
are up
breakfast.
and are happy to serve you a quick breakfast.
Just no more dream pies. Keep them things away from me.
Do you say that when you're in the common room?
Yes, I do.
So the older woman looks at you and she's like, "You had a dream pie?" And there's like a faint look of horror in her eyes.
Oh, I haven't had a dream pie in ages. I was tricked the first time. But then I got addicted. And I had one, but I managed to overcome my addiction and had Jackin get rid of it for me. Dispose of it, so to speak.
They are the devil's own work. I'm glad you got rid of it.
Oh yes, we saw how they were made. So yeah. We know all about that now. Had I known, I wish I would have never had one in the first place. I wouldn't have had the addiction problem.
At the mention of this stuff, Azariel's fire burst a little bit. Like, it's truly an evil place.
That
There
it
He got
is.
over it. He
is very
was a
little.
little pissed at first, but held it in.
There is very little good to be had in Barovia. Some of us try, but it is hard.
That's why we're gonna cleanse it.
Very good.
We will bring
That's
the
right.
sun to this place.
And now that we have a new guard captain that's got some holy holiness behind him, I should say, for lack of better phrase. I think the town's going to be in good hands with him.
Karina says, I have an oddly good feeling for that he will Try his best not to fail.
Yes.
All right.
I
What
agree.
what is your next moves, team? It's morning. You've had breakfast at the Blue Water Inn. Where to next?
I believe we're heading towards the Wizard's Tower, are we not?
Or are we gonna stop by the Burgermasters to grab those horses?
Yes.
Get there a
Good
lot
idea.
faster.
Yeah, I imagine.
Calculator sideways.
Oh,
I don't know. I feel like Dermatera on the side of the wall works.
Makes sense.
That
yeah.
actually, yeah, that's
It
true.
really does.
Also got to talk to
Well-
the burgomaster about the pay for the
Right.
hunters.
All right.
Well, we've got to inform him of what that pay will be.
Yes, that's what I meant. Yeah.
The hunters?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I've been out of the loop for so long.
Oh,
I
we-
haven't been here in a while.
You know,
Right before you showed
Oh,
up,
just
they
a
hired a
couple
couple hunters
recruits.
to be guards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pie withdrawal
Ah.
is hard. It
Mm.
messes with you.
Yes.
So,
Mm-hmm.
with that, you all know the way to the Burgomaster's house. You can see that there are now more guards, more than you recall, around the place. But if you show your letter, they give you no trouble, although you see there's a look of mingled fear and anger in their eyes. You can see that the main hall is being cleansed. I could switch over to the Burgomaster house probably if you wish, or something like that. Let's see here.
I mean, I don't think we plan on staying very long.
Okay, that
Yeah.
is perfectly fine. Yes, we'll just keep it generic then. I can go to make that a little more generic for us. All right, so let's play it out. So they have to actually wake up the Burgomaster. He comes down with a dressing robe in his dressing gown. He's clearly lacerated. He's got fresh bruises, and he looks terrible. And he is sort of haughty until he's brought into the room with you, and then you see him just collapse. I did not know I would be seeing you so early.
Furnished
sorry, who
with
was
horses and wagon. The Burgermaster.
Oh, Burgermaster. Okay.
The guy who's a huge chunk of his retinue and all of his dogs I lit on fire.
Oh gosh.
Alara, as the
Yes.
haze of Dream Pie withdrawal starts to clear from your mind, you have a memory, although it almost is half misty, of the fact
Okay.
that the henchman for the Burgomaster had actually was the one who attacked Ismark and the children in Arena and killed Ismark and the children and took Arena hostage. And you all fought to get into the Burgomaster's house, fought through his guard, and confronted the monster Ismark himself, who turned out to be Arena's long lost brother, and who you slew as she freed herself, her arms bloodied from the restraints he had on her, and chained in a closet, tortured, starved, just for daring to oppose his policy of endless festivals and mock him. And basically, the Burgomaster was beaten and dragged within an inch of his life through the mansion. You all fought off his half-mad mage of a son, who turned for a time into an invisible purple dragon. Wild magic. Um,
Oh, was he
and
the mage?
yes, and now he was him and his family were allowed to live if they basically pledged to follow the lead of Arena in governance and give control of the guard over to what is now known as the champions of New Barovia. Or not New Barovia, New Bastion.
Okay.
And that's what you remember.
Someday.
All right.
New Barovia.
You want my horse and carriage?
Mm-hmm.
Those are very
Mhm.
expensive.
We'll bring them back. It's like we did last time.
Dead men have few
You
debts,
did offer them
Burgermaster.
to us. Did you not?
Very well, very well. Yes, you may borrow them.
Oh, and we
Yeah.
hired some hunters. You're gonna have to pay them.
Who?
I
You guys
give
can
them,
tell them the name.
I give them the details.
Those filthy hunters, they barely earned their pay for the festival, although they at least got us some wolf's heads. What do you want with them?
They're gonna protect the city from the outskirts of town.
They'll be reporting to the new
You
captain
said how
of the
much
guards.
you would pay them?
Was it 5 gold a day? They said.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yep.
Hardly worth it, but you said it was just for a short time. Yes.
Well, until we get full ranks. Yeah.
Okay, very well, very well. If it speeds up getting things back to normal, so be it. Is that all?
Yeah, you better hope we get back quickly. The wine is almost gone.
What about the wine? He actually
Dude.
looks scared. Like,
I don't want to start a panic.
He
Not
perks
as-
up.
yeah,
but
not
he's-
as much
you know,
as what
he
you
is the
guys.
Burgermeister. I mean, he needs. I think anything we can do to inspire him to speed us on our way rather than drag his feet.
He's already pretty scared of us. I
We
think
have
we're
to
gonna
have
be okay.
wine for the festival. You don't understand. It's important.
Yeah,
That's
that's
why
why
you need
we're
the horse and
going to
carriage.
get it.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Take them. Get the wine back. This is important.
Okay, is there something in the wine besides wine that makes it so important?
Joy.
No,
I think
not,
it's the
but-
alcohol.
At most
Yeah.
forgetting. But
Well, I just want to make sure there's no blood in there that's, vampire blood that's going to turn the whole town into vampires.
He looks at you. Were you hit in the head? No, there is no blood in the wine.
Okay, just making sure.
That's that village of Barovia tavern.
Mm.
There is no blood.
Okay.
So,
You
will
got
that
so
be-
excited when we talked about the wine. I had to
yes,
make sure.
yes, you should definitely go. You should go quickly and get the wine.
Okay.
Dermot Terra is
Anything
probably
else for the
already
Burgermaster?
at
Terra,
his.
you're on mute, I think.
No, I can hear him.
Yeah, we can hear.
Yeah, we can hear him.
That was weird. I couldn't.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I should. Yeah, never mind.
Try saying something.
Dermot Terra is
I do
probably
not hear
already
him.
at
I
the.
hear all the rest of you.
Interesting. I'm going to
Weird.
jump off and jump back in, see if.
And you guys
Yeah,
hear
we
him.
can all hear him.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
could
we
hear
could hear
him.
him.
That is really weird.
That's weird.
I don't even know how that's possible.
Did you mute someone on your end accidentally?
That's possible. Yeah.
I do not know. Oh, maybe because he dropped off and dropped back on. Is it something with the speaker settings? No. I don't know. Do we have anyone in the audience who can tell us if you heard Taco Danger, aka Dermatera? We'll see here. If he comes. Okay, he's in the audience. He requested the speaker.
He's
Gonna
raised
go-
his hand asking to speak.
Yep.
There
Yep.
we go.
I'm
Okay.
gonna get him.
Can you hear me now?
I can. Yes.
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 Perfect.
Yep.
Good.
Cool.
All right, we're good. We're live and direct.
Yeah.
All right.
This is
So
Saturday night.
I'm imagining probably before you even get official permission for the horses, I've already started walking over to hitch up the horses and leave.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's right.
It's more of a courtesy that we're telling him that we're taking the horses than getting his permission to Dermaptera.
Yes. You know, again, it might be a matter of perspective, but yes. All right. Anything else for the Burgomaster?
I think we told him everything.
I think we're good.
Town guard or guard captain. We also promoted a guard captain. His name is Varys. I don't know if there was any discussion on pay before I arrived
There was not.
to meet him.
He'll get the standard guard captain pay plus a 15% bonus because he's good.
Yeah.
Yes.
That
Cool.
seems a little excessive, don't you think? I mean,
Do you
we
want a
don't.
good?
Do you
these
want
seem-
your town protected or not?
Yeah.
Arena.
You want to keep having festivals and having your wine and all that stuff. You better take care of it.
I do like my
Better take
festivals
care of
and
your
my
town.
wine.
Take care of your
Okay,
people and
then.
they'll take care of you. That's how that works.
Yes, exactly. Just
We've
like that.
already altered the deal of your leadership of this town. Pray we don't alter it any further.
With that, he's like, "Oh, okay. Yes, I for the people. Yes, yes."
Yes.
And he says, I'm sorry. Could I go? I'm getting a headache. Is it okay if I go now, please?
Yeah, we're leaving.
Sure. Have fun.
Yes. Everyone gets an extra XP point for the Darth Vader reference.
Nice.
All right. Very good. Very good. All right. So you guys have the horses and the wagon, and as you are going to the western gate, you are met with Rictavio on top of a very ornate wagon of his own. Azarian, I'm trying, and Jacket, I believe one of you have seen this wagon before. It was in the stockyards when you guys were scouting.
Right. I don't think we did anything with that. I don't think we
No,
approached
you
it.
eventually left it behind because word came about what happened in Arena, and you had other priorities. But it is that self-same wagon. So,
all right.
Do it.
All right. So you guys start out through the western gate, which the guards quickly open for you. Octavio leads the way. Is anyone going to ask to ride with Rictavio, or are you guys all staying in the Burgomaster's carriage together?
I am probably the person driving the carriage. I have a very good vehicles check. But if I wasn't, I would be sitting right next to Octavio telling stories the entire way.
Zariel being also a hunter, in to some extent with his hunter stuff that he added to his spellblade thing, and since I got the psychic lowdown on who Rictavio is, I think Zariel would very much like to ride with him.
All right. Well, he doesn't make any argument over it. He smiles as you pass by the guards, and he's like, "He won't slow me down too much."
I may even pull out my hunter's bestiary, since I have enough hunter features to have it, and go cross-reference notes and see if I can learn more about, get vampires specifically in my book.
You know what? That sounds fun. Let's make a intelligence let's see. Nature. Well, no. This would be intelligence occultism check. Let's see how well you can translate what Rictavio tells you about vampire lore if it's good enough to get into your bestiary.
Okay. I have witnessed. I mean, I haven't fought vampires, but I've been in the presence of vampires. So I don't know if that would be enough to get some kind of entry going.
Yeah, let's see that roll, and I'll tell you. I know this is not how it typically works, but I think this is a good riff off of that.
Ooh, 10. I can hero point that.
That's
There
a
we
much
go.
better roll. You know what?
That's much better.
With that, and I'm going to say you may add vampires of all sorts to your bestiary. And I'm also taking into account the fact you spent a hero point and that you previously marked Strahd himself.
Right.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, that is weird. I think it's so. If you look at the if we look at the YouTube live stream, it doesn't show. It shows as if like my camera's not working right now.
Yeah, it's been like that for a while.
Yeah, it's been loading for us too.
Oh, you guys don't see me either?
Oh no, we see you here.
I don't.
At least I do.
I don't see Glenn.
All I see is your icon on the.
Really odd. Let me try.
We are not professional streamers.
We're getting there,
Yeah.
but that's weird. All right, let me try something here.
Now I see the icon. And now I see Glenn.
See here. Okay, you guys can see me now. You know we've got.
I can see you here on Discord. I don't know about you, YouTube.
No, I
It
just
looks.
see
I can't see him on Discord.
2 little purple squares swirling.
Yeah, that's all. That's what I see too.
Really?
Refresh the browser. Happens when someone joins. Okay. So I can try and refresh my browser real quick. And I've got my tech aid here too. Hold on one second. I will try and refresh the browser first.
Honestly, posting character pictures when we're introducing our characters probably would have been smart.
We'll know for next time.
I haven't gone over to the YouTube.
Page. And the camera. All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
I can see you.
Can you see?
Yes.
And we have a little lag on the YouTube, so we will see if that shows up shortly.
Yeah, I can see
I
you
get
on
to
there.
see Laura's art. That's great. I'm like watching on the YouTube in back. That's one of our second session players cheering us on.
All right.
Yep.
Let's see here. It is really weird because, like, let's see here. Oh, it's coming. Okay. There's just a super lag for the YouTube crowd.
Mhm.
No worries. Live and direct. We, I believe, are back.
Well, and as some of our players apparently couldn't see you, maybe you should smile at them.
Show those pearly whites of Strahd von Zarevich as I drop things and his gaming throne. So, very good. We are now back. We have worked out our technical difficulties. Thank you very much for your patience, live stream. And
We're back, and we have the princess.
well, you have Arena.
That works.
Pretty close. Very good. All right. So you all are traveling through here, and Azariel has added to his bestiary vampires of all sorts, because you did actually track the vampire Strahd at one point, although you didn't know it at the time.
Now I've connected the dots.
You have indeed. So very good, very good. And we're going to check and see how your journey goes. Is there anything in particular you all are doing on the journey to the tower that might aid your travels?
I think Jackin's going to be too preoccupied with his new fangs and wings. He's basically just like playing with them with his tongue and stuff, and like trying to figure out how these wings work. It's all new to him, so normally he would have his mind sense open to look out for danger, but he's feeling odd and different, so that's what he'll be doing.
Ilara's gonna just keep her awareness on point. Make sure that nothing's coming up behind us or around us.
Very good.
Mugen is going to use his mage hand along with his two regular hands to sharpen his axe and inscribe the proper rune on it for the anticipating the upcoming adventure.
Oh shoot! I guess I need to do that too for my rune night.
Well, I mean,
I'm starting with the lightning rune.
Yeah, you
Yeah, I
can
mean, you
just
don't have
it.
to change it. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just sticking with the lightning rune then.
Ride the lightning.
Yeah.
I've
I need
got
the
the,
speed for my metal armor.
Yeah, I've got the frost rune going.
Dermot Terra is going to use his knowledge of land vehicles to try to ride the horses to get there as fast as we can over the long distance. Like, I don't want to make them sprint and then they're completely exhausted. I want to, ride it so that they're right. Optimize how quickly we can go the distance.
Very good. All right. Well, I am hearing what sounds to me like a skill challenge to see how successfully you guys can make the trek. So I've already heard a couple things that what sounds like a prime awareness check, maybe from Alara, and maybe either a vehicle trade or animal handling check for Dermatera. What about the rest of you?
Let's see.
I'll do a survival check for keeping it on as an awareness thing. Alternative to awareness.
I get a 19 on my awareness check.
That'll be a success. Very good.
Since Mugen is trying to prepare for the upcoming, trying to think about what might be coming up, he'd like to do an occultism check.
I think that makes a lot of sense in Barovia. Go ahead and make that check.
I got a 15 vehicle.
15 is a simple success.
Wow.
So that would be a critical success, not 20. 24 total.
All right. And Jackin, did you roll? I may have missed yours.
No, because he's busy with his fangs and his wings. He's not really paying attention to what's going on this trip.
Who isn't?
Anyway.
All right. So, although, you know what? With those rolls, I'm going to say that that is good enough that you guys actually make the trip somewhat uneventfully.
Nice.
Mujan, you get the distinct feeling that there's some occult warding coming from Rictavio's wagon, and that may be aiding the lack of unfortunate encounters along the road.
Nice.
So, all right. Let me describe what your trek brings as you pass through the Valich Woods. And let's see here. First, you're going to hit one area where, you can see the Lake Zarovich slightly to your right side to the north at certain points, but it quickly gets eclipsed by the woods. And then up ahead, you do see the road comes to an X intersection with branches to the northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast. The lower half of a snapped wooden signpost thrusts upward at an angle near the eastern elbow of the intersection. The top half of the sign, featuring arms pointing in 4 directions, lies in the weeds nearby. I would like for let's do Alara. Can you roll a d20 for me, please?
Sure.
That's fine. All right. And at that point, Rictavio says we need to go to the right-hand side, pointing kind of north west.
Should we
Okay.
fix the sign?
You could.
We don't want people getting lost out here.
Yeah, let's do that.
You can easily figure out how the top half of the signpost connects to the lower half, and as you align them and rejoin them, the arms indicate Krezhka and Solenka Pass to the southwest, Lake Baratok to the northwest, Balaki and Ravenloft to the northeast, the direction you came from, and Berez to the southeast.
To the southeast. Look. What is the name?
So we're
Berez.
going to Lake Baratok, though, right?
Yes, basically.
Okay.
Good.
All right. So you fix the sign, and are you continuing the way that Rictavio has been pointing
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
after
Mhm.
passing the Luna River there? All right. Very good. And you go.
Also, Glenn, I forgot that I have favored terrain woods, so I would have gotten a roll with advantage for my survival check, and I didn't roll any better.
All right.
Okay. too enamored with my new hunter friend.
So you take the northwest branch of the crossroads, which climbs gently, becoming a dirt trail through the woods within a half mile. And As you roll along, you can see that you are approaching as the woods break, that you come to a cold mountain lake enclosed by misty woods and rocky bluffs. Thick fog creeps along the dark, still waters. The trail you've been traveling ends at a grass-covered causeway that stretches 100 yards across the lake to a flat, marshy island with a stone tower on it. The tower is old and decrepit, with collapsing scaffolds clinging to one side where a large gash has split the wall. Time-worn griffin statues, their wings and flanks covered with moss, perch atop buttresses that support the walls. Parked near the base of the tower, within sight of the entrance, is a barrel-topped wagon spattered with mud. I think I might even have a picture for this one. Props. Oh, I do, but it doesn't show up very well. Hold on. Let me see if I can do something to get it to show a little better. But talk amongst yourselves while I try.
Don't forget to donate for Alzheimer's.
Thank you for that.
Darn right.
Share.
Yeah,
share the
if we double the goals, something very interesting and fun will happen.
Let's spread awareness. Yeah. Where are we at right now? We
Absolutely.
are currently at 1640, 1,640.
Nice.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. And this is
trying
just
to
the
show
first
this,
of
but
many streams too.
It is. So, this is,
Yeah.
we're off to a great start.
Nice.
I want to really thank everyone who's contributed.
Absolutely.
It definitely makes a difference.
Mm-hmm. The next one will be later
Feel free to
today.
continue moving it. You're doing good work.
I can make it bigger. Ooh.
What?
Yeah, go ahead and make it bigger and center it so that they can see. It's a little bit outlining. That's good. So this is just a picture of the tower for you all to look at. Unfortunately, when we brought it in,
it's
It inverted or
background is
something.
translucent.
Yeah.
So I tried a visual. It didn't work. But anyway, there is a barrel-topped wagon spattered with mud parked near the base of the tower within sight of the entrance. And this is indeed the tower that you are seeking. Here.
Does the wagon look like it's been there a long time?
No, it looks like it's fairly recently parked there.
So the mud
Alright,
looks pretty fresh.
I'll ask our guide if that's his wagon.
He looks at it. No, it is not, but I believe I know the Vistani whose wagon it is. He was always impetuous.
Do you know why he would be here?
She and I suppose things became hard between us, but we parted on good terms. I did not expect her to seek me out here, or even to know that I'm here. She is clever.
Are you sure she's here for you?
Are you thinking the sword?
Well,
or us?
Well, we didn't
Why?
even know we were coming here until last night. Unless she traveled as swiftly or more so than we did.
You have had dealings with Esmeralda de Veneer.
Not I.
Michelle, who did you give us those tarot readings at the beginning?
Out of character, you have not.
Okay.
I'll say all those humanoid names sounded alike to me.
Yes, I believe so. Would anyone like to take a closer look at the wagon?
Yes, I'd
I
like
will.
to.
Oh, sure.
All right.
Sure, I'll poke around. I'll do an investigate check on it.
Okay, I will give you the result of that shortly, but first I will tell you that under layers of mud, this wagon sports a fresh coat of purple paint, and its wheels have fancy gold trim. A brass lantern hangs from each corner, and red drapes cover a tombstone shaped window on each side. A steel padlock secures the back door, hanging from which is a cheap wooden sign that reads, Keep Out.
What
So
does it
repeat
read?
that.
It reads, Keep Out.
Keep
Keep
out.
out.
Okay.
Zariel seeing that sign is just gonna like slide a finger and peek into a curtain.
Go ahead and give me that intelligence investigation check.
Oh, okay. Let's just get back to my character sheet, which I have separate tabs now. Station is +6. Bingo bongo. Now, since this is a, I'm in woods, which is a favorite terrain, do I get advantage on it?
Oh, I'll give it to you.
13.
13 total?
Looks like it.
All right.
Rolled a 7 with advantage.
Check something.
So I want 2d10 instead of a d20 for skill checks.
What I will tell you is with that roll, you see that there seems to be something tied to the inside handle of the door.
Ah, all
Is-
right. I'll take that hint.
You also
Is
think you see that looking inside that there is a trap door in the bottom of the wagon.
Okay.
is there anything that I would be able to glean from a vehicles check about the wagon itself? If not, we don't have to roll it.
Mike, why don't you make that roll?
All right. That is a 23.
All right. That
Rah.
it's a pretty well made wagon. It looks like it's designed for though basically a single occupant. It does look like it's probably well built for traveling in Barovia. And I will give you this. It's weird. It looks like there is something odd about the uh yoke that you would tie horses to draw it. It's almost like it's not been used in a long time, even though the wagon clearly has traveled recently.
I will ask. I guess I'll knock on the wagon to see if anyone comes out. But as we're waiting and assuming no one comes in, walking towards the tower, ask our guide Rictavio if he has ever seen this wagon in use, pointing out the yoke, and ask if it happens to run without an animal pulling it.
Esmeralda has some sort of enchantment. She is able to summon a horse to drive this vehicle.
Nice.
Right? Then I'll start heading into the tower.
Before you do
Yes.
that, Jackin's going to use mind sense to see if he detects how many mines are inside the tower.
Very interesting. And do I need to make a save for that?
No. I just need to spend 1 AP and 1 MP to open my mind, and I can detect the presence of other creatures within 10 spaces for 1 minute, unless they have an intelligence of lower than -3.
So, given that these floors seem to be 20 feet, unless these are sections of 2 floors each.
Yeah, you get the first floor.
Yeah. How many spaces is it?
10 spaces.
10 spaces, which would be
50 feet.
yeah. You'd probably be able to get the first 3 floors, I imagine.
That's right. You said 20 spaces. So yes.
Oh, got a better picture. Nice.
Oh yes. Thank you for that. We'll let that other one fade. Just need to check one thing for you guys. And while I am checking this one thing, what I will tell you is that yeah, there we go. You detect 2 mines somewhere in the tower.
You're saying mind as in MIND, not MINE, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
That's what I thought. All right, just making sure.
I think Dermot Terra would take the lead, and through mental connection be something like, be on your guard just in case.
Indeed. And as you approach the door, Rictavio puts a hand on your arm, Dermatera. I'm not sure which arm, but one of them. He's like, have a care. The door is warded.
Mm.
I will ask if he would like to lead.
I think in this case it would be the best. You see that the tower door is made of iron with no visible handles or hinges. In the middle of the door is a large embossed symbol, a connected series of lines with 8 stick figures set around it. Carved into the lintel above the door is a word, Kazan. Yep.
Okay. Azariel's going to look at the thing from where he is, and he's going to start dancing, basically jumping around, making his body look like the shapes of the bodies around the circle of the sign, starting from the top left one with the arms doing one of these. And then you're like, ha, ha, oh, do the
Do you have any
dance.
performance trades?
No, I do not.
Give me a agility acrobatics check then.
That's a good one for me. That's a +8. I'm not rolling good tonight.
What was the total?
12. Rolled a 4.
You know what? Rictavio is like nodding at you approvingly, and he's giving you a few pointers as to what to do, and add 7 to that.
Oh, it's a 19.
And with that, the door is That was exactly the sort of thing you should do, and that actually did, in fact, disarm the door. And
My
Rictavio
instincts were
smiles,
actually correct for once.
right?
Good job,
And
Azario.
Rictavio smiles a little smile. He's like, "Oh, my goodness, I did not have to do that stupid jig myself." All right,
I feel like Azario needs to learn the fiddle.
and play it hot.
Yeah, right.
The devil's loose in Barovia.
Hell's broke loose in Barovia and the devil deals it cards. If you win, you get the shiny fiddle made of gold. If you lose, the devil gets your soul.
Yep.
Sorry.
So
It's one of my karaoke classics.
it's a good. Oh, it's a good one. I came this close to seeing Charlie Daniels play before he died. It's very sad for me.
Oh man.
That was one of the ones that got away.
I think the Primus cover is maybe better.
It may indeed be. All right. So the door is unlocked. It is safe to open the first door. And let me tell you what you see. I get into that area. All right. You see that there is beyond the main door a 5-foot square, and I'm sorry, one space square area, and an iron door right here. Rictavio indicates it is safe to open, but it will seal magically closed once we pass.
Are we going to be trapped inside?
Well, I suppose in a certain sense, but that can get us through.
Oh, okay. Cool.
All right, we're going to trust you on this, Rictavio.
Otherwise, we're making Azario dance again.
Well, that might be worth it in of itself.
Uh-huh.
So you open the iron door, and it shows the first floor, which has a flagstone floor strewn with debris and a few old crates that stand near the east wall. A torn curtain to the south partially obscures the tower vestibule. A one space indentation in the center of the floor contains 4 pulleys attached to taut iron chains that stretch up through a similarly sized hole in the rotted wooden ceiling. Standing next to the chains are 4 tall clay statues.
And then 4 boxes next to that.
A few boxes. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, it looks like it. Indeed, it is 4. Octavio is like, you're welcome to look at the crates if you want, but I assure you, there's nothing of interest there.
Fine.
Okay.
Tara will look in the crates because what is interest to him is not what is interest to most people.
Very good. They are easy to open, and what you find is that they're all empty.
Does the wood of the crate seem like it would make for a good snack material?
Actually, I think it would. It's kind of almost partially rotted.
Nice. I'll just take a lid with me and start munching on it like a very large slice of pizza.
Love it.
A large cracker.
You are quite a talented but unusual person, Dermatown. So, bring it down, he says, and the 4 statues start to move. And you see them pull the pulleys, and a platform is lowered down. a 1 square by 1 square wooden platform. It is very rickety, and it doesn't have a lot of room. In fact, I think Jackin might be able to fit on with one other person. Who would be the next smallest in your group?
Probably Laura.
Probably me.
Yep. So Jack and Alara could probably fit on together. The rest of you would have to ride single.
Fair enough. I'm happy to be the first one up, being that I'm kind of a heavy hitter.
All right. Very good. Give me a second here. If you would like, though, do me a favor and make a agility acrobatics check.
Okay. That would be +8. 24.
Very good. All right. This is taking forever, guys. It is slowly lifting up as you see Azariel ascend through the ceiling. Azariel, as you go up, you are still moving up, but you see the second floor has dust and cobwebs that fill this otherwise empty room, and the wooden floor is badly rotted and partially collapsed. Otherwise, you don't really see anything of particular interest here.
Okay.
It continues to rock up, but you are balancing like a champion. One might even say a champion of New Bastion. And as it rises slowly, you reach a third floor that shows the time and the elements have all but destroyed this chamber, leaving a gash in the northwest wall and slimy black mildew on the walls. The wooden
Ew.
floor is completely rotted and has begun to fall away in places here. Let's see here. Yeah. Other than that, you can see a little bit out the gap at the river. Not the river, the lake, sorry. But other than that, it is rather unremarkable. Are you doing anything?
Okay. I mean,
There is one more floor ahead of you.
and do I have any control over the rising of this thing?
No, but you can jump off it.
I'm just gonna keep going.
Very good. And it now arises to the fourth floor. Unlike the levels below, this room shows signs of recent habitation, and although the place reeks of mold and mildew, it has plenty of creature comforts, including a cozy bed, a desk with matching chair, bright tapestries, and a large iron stove with plenty of wood to feed it. Light enters through arrow slits as well as through dirt-caked windows with broken shutters. Other features of the room include a standing suit of armor and a wooden chest. Old wooden rafters bend under the weight of the tower roof, which has somehow remained intact. Mounted to the rafters are pulleys around which hang the iron chains that support the tower's elevator platform. This does look like the last floor.
All right. I'm gonna step off and see if there's any way I can signal the thing to go back down again, or just shout down behind me that I'm up.
All right. Who goes up next?
I think rather than ride that rickety platform, Dermot Terra wants to try to climb the pulley itself.
Okay. Interesting. Let's see that. I believe that will be a might athletics check.
All right, and I'm envisioning this as him putting away his weapons and shields and using his 4 arms, one on each pulley, slowly making his way up.
Very good.
right, let's just roll. Nope.
Did anybody
History.
let Dan back in?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Did anybody let Dan back in? He said
Yeah.
got booted for a moment, back on.
He's back.
There he is.
There he
Thank
is.
you.
There you go.
Thank you for
Thank you.
catching.
That is a 25 athletics.
I gotta love my dermateras. All right. I want you to describe how you easily make this ascent to join Dan Malloy. I'm sorry, to join Azariel at the top.
I do kind of want to explore each floor a little bit as I'm going up. So maybe a little slower. But yeah, just like one arm on each pulley, and I'm imagining alternating it like each corner I'm moving two arms up and then pulling myself and then two arms, etc., making my way upward.
You are easily able to survey it. Nothing more catches your eye than what I've already described to Azariel. The only thing I would add is some of the wood, especially on the third floor, looks really deliciously well aged, like rotten. And but as delicious as it would be, you suspect if you were to try to get to it, it might not hold your weight.
Okay. I'm gonna probably snag a piece as I head up. Give
All
people
right.
a warning, or let them know that there is some delicious, rotten, brittle wood on the third floor.
It's so rotten. You can smell it. It's just great. Are you trying to grab a piece yourself?
Yeah, I'll try to grab a piece.
All right. Let's go ahead and just make this an agility acrobatics check.
Ooh.
I know it was so tempting. You couldn't help yourself.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like the
no,
dream pie of dermateras.
all right. That should be a 5.
That 5 is really unfortunate. You go to grab it and you get off balance and you fall actually through the third floor. I'm going to give you a chance to make a, let's call this a might. This is a martial save. You may make a martial save. You are falling.
So am I falling a total of 20 feet?
It depends on the roll because you're falling through
Okay.
floors. It's not like a clear hole. You're actually going to be
Right.
falling through broken wood.
And you said a martial save?
Yes.
Okay. So a 24.
Excellent. With that, you fall through the third floor. I don't even think you take any damage, but you're down on the second floor and you manage to grab hold of the chains again.
All right.
But you do not have a piece of wood. I am sorry.
Elara
But
yells up.
I'm assuming there is wood scattered all about the second floor now.
There is. Do you want to try again?
I am going to. The second floor isn't as crumbly, is it?
It's not as crumbly, but it's pretty crumbly.
Elara
Okay.
says, "Come on, let's get this moving here. We don't have all day, Dermaptera. You already got a lid from a box. You need to get more wood? Seriously? We'd like to get up to the third floor one of these days."
As one lone tear falls from Dermatera's face, he continues to climb.
Very good. I am going to need, because this is, you had to restart your climb, I am going to need another quick might athletics check.
Oh. Stop it. Ignore that roll.
Okay, I'm ignoring it. I see nothing.
There we go. 27.
Yep. As long as you don't have any further adventures, you're able to make it to the 4th floor.
All right.
Who is going up next?
We'll go next.
Yeah, it was going to be Jack and then me, Elara.
So
Who is this behind us?
that
That's Mujin.
behind you. Are you
Mujin.
talking about on the 1st floor or 4th floor?
On the first
First
floor, standing at the
Mujin.
door.
Mujin.
If you scroll in, you
Our
can see his
friend.
name.
Oh, okay.
Fusion!
All right.
All right.
So yeah, we go up.
All right. And is either Alara or Jackin doing anything special to help their ascent?
Elara just puts Jackin on her shoulder like she used to.
As we're going up, he assesses the state of things and says, "Oh, it looks like Dermaptera could like feast on this for weeks, days even."
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right. Since and Jackin, you're okay with being on Alara's shoulders?
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna suggest we make this a dexterity acrobatics check with a help die, since you're kind of working together, but your fate will be shared.
I'll roll the help die.
Oh,
And
goodness.
agility acrobatics. I may have said dexterity, the old ways.
Okay, so you're making me do the roll for the agility. I have to roll at disadvantage.
I can do it. You can roll the help die instead.
Yeah. You can let
Okay.
Jackin roll the
Yes. I'll
the
let
check.
you roll the agility.
I will allow that.
Okay.
That is a
And
17 plus
3,
20. 30, 20.
30, 20.
30, 20. Jackin, I want to describe how you kind of take ownership of keeping you guys steady as you go up, and Alara, how you help in that after Jackin tells us.
I think what Jackin would do is use his telekinesis to keep things balanced and not, get shaken too much.
Right.
Keep things steady.
Very good.
And Alara just provides a sturdy shoulder for him because she doesn't want him to fall. She
Okay. Very good.
kind of grabs a hold of him with her hands at his feet to kind of help him, just to keep him where she's at or where he's at.
All right. Who goes next?
I hope you guys know we're all shipping you.
So now that I'm actually reconnected, we're all heading up to 3?
Yeah, 4.
4.
Who's going next? Arena or Mujin?
Well, I mean, Arena's welcome to take the platform up. What is the height? What is the height in spaces of each floor?
I think we did some back of the envelope calculations that was like 4 or 5 spaces, right? Each floor.
So, I mean, because I have Rune of the Wind inscribed on my weapon, my current jump distance is 4 spaces, and I do not need a 2-space run up to make that. So, Mujin would like to, using his battle axe and his just jump from floor to floor.
Just to be clear, you do not want to use the elevator, correct?
It's just not any fun. No,
All
he doesn't
right.
want to use the elevator. It's just not his style.
All right. Let's go. Let's see. And you're jumping, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And how much does Mujin weigh?
That's a good question. I don't know that I calculated that.
Estimate.
Well, so let's see. 6 foot, reasonably strong. This is a fit. The leather armor. All right, let's say 180.
180. All right.
It's probably
So,
closer to
you easily make the first jump, and as soon as you land, like, what does it look like when Mujin lands with this and jump?
Well, when he jumps, he you know, he is propelled up with this rune of the wind. So you can almost picture him leaping and looking strangely light on his feet when he initially jumps. But of course, when he lands, you see his whole body just kind of slump without that extra support.
And as he slumps, you hear a groan as the floor starts to give way. You have to jump before the floor falls down. I'm gonna say, go ahead and make I'm gonna make it an agility acrobatics check.
All right. So that becomes
See if you can jump faster than the floor can give out.
and given that my rune of the wind is all about increasing that speed and agility, it's sort of like, it makes me a little bit of an airbender. Can I get any advantage on that?
Does it say you have advantage on agility checks?
It certainly does not.
Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make you an offer. Even though it's technically a check, if you would like to spend a grit point to give yourself advantage, I will allow it. You only have one, I think.
That is correct, and
That
sure,
is up to you.
No, I think
You know
that
what?
sounds.
How about this? I'm going to make you this deal. Go ahead and make the roll. If you fail it, you can spend a grit point to re-roll it because of that special step of the wind. It'll be like you're almost like jumping on air. How's that?
Double jump.
Love that.
This is not official rules. This is fun.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I'm guessing with a 10, I'm gonna want to re-roll that with that grit point.
Well, actually, yes, you do. Great.
Nice.
There we go.
So
Easily,
19 plus 3 is
I
20.
can say easily. So, it's almost like, those cartoons where like it slumps and then the floor gives way. And at first, it's like he's almost just trying to press off the wood, but the wood just goes down. And then it's like he's literally like running in midair. And then
Yeah.
he somehow, somewhat magically, just sheer will, propels himself up to the third floor, where I will need an immediate agility acrobatics check again.
All right.
Because if anything, the floor is in even worse condition up here. And there's a Dermatera shaped hole through the floor.
Yeah, not that time.
Yep. You are going to fall through the third floor. Go ahead and give me a might save.
Okay.
It looks so good. It was so Mujin.
It really was. I mean, it was him. Let's see.
Oh, I forgot. Before you fall, you could hero point it. You could spend a hero point to re-roll. It's up to you.
Yeah, I would do that.
All right, let's see that before you fall completely through. You're scrambling. You're trying your best.
Yeah,
You're
not this.
falling. Give me a might save. You're able on the second floor to grab onto the chain. So you are now hanging onto the chain. What was the total on that? A 16 plus?
15 plus 3 is 18.
Yeah, so you didn't take any damage yet, but you're hanging on one-handed to the chain on the second floor. What are you doing?
Well, at that point, he would, if the with the platform below him, he would probably try and drop onto the platform.
Let's see here. I don't know that actually it has fully returned yet. Let's see a fate die. Let's see what floor. I'm going to do a weird fate die. Let's see what floor it's actually on currently. And we're going to roll a d4. Let's see. Current floor is 2. It's right there. You can just get on.
Yeah, that's, he grabs the chain and just sort of swings around and gets on, and he's standing there going, that was fun.
And I will need hopefully one last agility acrobatics check. It's much easier because you're on the platform.
Oh man, what happened? I was rolling, and now it's.
Would you like to hear? Do you have any more hero points?
I just had the one.
Okay. You managed to get up to the 3rd floor again, and there's a little like hiccup.
Okay.
And
Azariel wants to look down the hole, see what's going on, and I'm going to react by throwing down my extendable whip, because it can do that now with a sling blade up to 4 spaces. Throw my whip down, wrap it around him basically to give him something to grab onto, and just stabilize him that way while the thing gets him up the dang.
You know what? That is so cool. I'm just going to let it happen. It just happens. You pull him up.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
And finally, you manage to get up to the 4th floor. Dermatera.
I give him a look. When he gets up there, I'm just like...
Yeah. Dermatera. He has a couple shards of rotten wood hanging off of him.
I'm sorry. I heard that there were shards hanging off of him.
Yes.
And is he next to me?
Yeah.
At this point.
He
All right.
is.
I'll ask him for the shards. Side note: my phone might be dying soon, so if I do abruptly end,
We'll know why.
that's what happens.
Well, I will tell you, I think we're getting close to wrapping up this first kickoff session of RPGs versus AD. So if you die, don't worry about getting back on. Thank you so much for your support. We'll wrap up. We will know Dermatera is with us in spirit, but hopefully your phone will hold out. All right. You know what? Yeah, I said everyone, so I think that's much better. All right. So at first, even Arena starts to have problems even early on. And it's really strange why. It seems like in the rafters of the tower was perched a black swan. And it came swooping down and almost knocked Arena off. But she thought to herself, no, I've got to make this. I've got to stay. What would Alara do? And she uses that hero point that everyone got because of Alara being strong. And she held strong, and as the black swan flies out of the tower, she stays on and rides to the top. Octavio, he comes up, he doesn't have any problems. It's really strange. So you guys are all now at the top of the tower.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
Those swans, man.
I tell you.
Gotta watch out. Although I hear there's certain realms of Barovia that are festooned with blood red crimson flamingos. They're even worse.
Jeez.
All right. You guys are at the top of the tower, and I do have somewhere Von Richthofen, but for the sake of time, I'm not putting him on the map for now. If we need him later, we will. All right. You are at the top. There is a a suit of armor, wooden chest. I think, we do know that here. Just trying to see here. Just checking something for us. Interesting. Dermatera, do you have some sort of special ability when it comes to smell?
Not deliberately. If there are any earwigs around, I can talk to them.
Okay.
But no, just awareness.
Does anyone have any special abilities around sense of smell?
No.
Mujan
I
probably
mean,
has a strong smell. I don't think that's the same though.
Isn't.
I mean, I have role-played my character's tracking to involve me smelling things multiple times, including this session.
True.
If that counts for anything.
Let's do this. Let's just have everyone make a very quick prime awareness check. Just a prime awareness check. If you get bonuses for vision, it doesn't count for this.
$22 for Jackin.
Well, for
Nat
Zara.
1.
Laura.
Nat 1
That's
for
Swan
Dermatera.
again.
So, Dermatera, you can smell that there was a swan nesting up here.
Although seeing him
when
sort
you
of
say
stumble about.
nesting, is there an actual nest to eat?
There is. It's up in the rafters.
I start climbing.
Give me a quick might athletics check. I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm sure this will work out just fine.
Oh yeah, let's threaten the eggs of the black swan.
Because everybody's climbing
21.
just went so well.
You're good. You reach up there, you find the nest, chomp away, my friend. How many of you got above a 15?
Me,
And Alara, what did you get?
17.
Okay. Alara, you can smell a lavender aroma coming from the wooden chest in this room.
Ooh.
Jackin,
Yep.
you smell the lavender, but you also smell something off under it. It smells like sort of mortuary smell.
Hey, something smells dank under that lavender. Ugh. I go chest.
Really?
So, Von Richten says, so this is the top of the tower. It's the best preserved part. I don't know if the sword would be here, but it's at least the safest place to start seeking it. But I tell you, I have not seen it.
Azario's gonna open the chest.
Okay. You open it, and you see it has a severed head in it. Its flesh has a waxy complexion, and it looks a little bit oily.
Azario looks up. There's a little intense sort of, and then examines the head. Do I recognize the person?
No, you do not.
Well, I let the group take a look, I guess.
Yeah. Turning to
More death.
Turning to Richten. Did you know?
Yes, I was aware. You will not find the sword there.
Ooh, what's that?
Under the bed. Elara would like to look under the bed.
The good news is there are no severed heads under the bed. there is also not a sword.
Zariel asked Von Richten, whose head is this? What is this about?
He sought to steal from me, including my pet monkey.
You have a monkey?
Yes, he's quite adorable. One of the few little joys I've had in life. I have him currently keeping company with someone in Valaki.
No.
Linsky is his name. He makes toys. He seemed very down in the dumps, so I let the monkey stay with him for a bit.
Okay, Rictavia, I have a question. Since you seem to know a lot about this area, this place, where is Esmeralda? I mean, her coach, her whatever thing is downstairs. It's not moved. It's not being used.
I
So where
half
could she
expect
possibly be?
I half expected her to be up here. I truly do not know. We parted a long time ago, and I can only imagine she sought me out for some important reason, but why I do not know. And I mean, she would not leave her wagon, so I assume she will be back sooner rather than later. I will probably wait here to see if she arrives, but we do have to find that
What
sword.
what does this head look like? Is it a man? Is it a woman?
It's a man.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna check out the statue.
It
Mm,
is.
Zariel is decidedly less enamored of Von Richten at this moment.
Yep. It is actually a suit of armor.
Okay. I want to search it, see if there's any engravings, any indication of, because a suit of armor and a sword would normally go hand in hand. So
Or
Do you
Hilton
think there's
hand.
any particular skill or ability you're using for this?
The investigation, right?
yeah, either investigation or arcana, I think.
Why don't you do a intelligence arcana check for me?
All right. That is a 22.
22.
Yep.
This is this armor has glyphs and markings on it. It is
runes?
clearly magical in nature.
I would like to look at it for runes.
There are indeed runes on it, and
Oh.
and
Heck
I will
yeah.
and I will tell you, um, given that you do not even have to make an additional roll unless you really want to. But you
Mm-hmm.
can basically riff off of what Jacques is saying, and you see in magical rooms a name written. Kazan.
Okay. Izand?
Kazan. Khazan. Kazan.
Ahazan. Okay.
Hmm. That was the
Name.
same name that was over the door, correct?
It was.
Oh yeah.
On suit of armor.
And your role was good enough, and with Alara helping you with her knowledge of runes, you suspect that whatever has enchanted this armor is activated by saying that name.
Something's activated from saying the name?
You think whatever magic has been built into this suit is probably activated by
Oh,
saying that name.
okay. Um. Hmm. Can I try it on?
Yes, it actually
All right.
fits pretty well.
Hmm.
I'll see what happens.
It does seem like the next
Okay.
logical step.
Azan. Azan.
As you say it, Alara, you feel the armor start to stiffen a bit around you, as if it is live, and you feel more and hear as you command.
Commanded to show you the sword.
I was gonna say, can you tell me where the sword is? Or show me where the sword is.
With that, you feel yourself start to move within the armor. It actually, do you allow it to move you?
Yes, yes.
It actually turns around and starts pulling stones out of the wall behind it. And it reveals that there is something behind these stones.
Okay.
You reach in, Alara.
Yes.
The armor allows you to move. It is as if you are one. And you reach in, and it's wrapped in black satin, but you can feel it's a metallic object. But as your hand comes about it, it feels like a hilt.
Oh. I would grab the hilt and try and pull it out.
As you do, as you pull it out, you all see Alara standing in this arcane armor. The black satin slips from around the object she is grasping, which is an ornate hilt. And as she brandishes it, a blade of pure light shoots out from it. Alara, describe to us what the light of this blade is, that the light blade looks like.
Well, I would say it's kind of like a flattened version of what the heck? From Star Wars.
Lightsaber.
Lightsaber.
More like the sword from Star Chasers, Legend of Orin, but
And it's
close enough.
blue.
It is
It's blue.
It is blue. And Alara, you hear in your mind, take me to Strahd and I will slay him.
Okay. It just told me that if we take it to Strahd, he will slay him.
Oh, that's awesome. We found it so easy. Are we like the greatest adventurers of all time?
At which point, Mujin looks over at the sword. He holds up his axe, and because the axe is his is his bound weapon as a spell blade, it can emit light in a 5-foot or in a 5 square radius. And so he flicks on the light, if you will, looks at the sword, looks at the axe, and goes, eh. He continues to twirl his axe in the air.
One does. You
Okay.
have gained the light sword of the Taroka reading, revealing yet another one of Madame Ava's secrets.
Nice.
So,
Dermoptera drops from the ceiling and casts light on one of his Psi and says, "Oh, are we not doing a light party?"
here's the funny thing. When you go to cast light, it doesn't work.
Oh, snap. Can I tell why, if it's specifically to this area, this tower?
Why don't you make an intelligence arcana check?
Sounds good. That is an 8.
You have no clue.
It's
actually.
Sorry.
You did eat a black swan nest.
That's exactly where I was going. Yes. It was definitely the swan nest. It has cursed me so that I cannot cast the light cantrip.
Are you gonna turn into a black swan? I drank vampire blood. I'm turning into a vampire. Does that mean you're gonna turn into a black swan?
Well, it really depends on how many donations we get.
Oh.
When Azariel hears Jack and says he's turning into a vampire, he starts jotting in his diary intensely.
Yeah, I know. I don't like it either. We'll figure it out.
So, Von Richten says, I probably should stay here to watch for Esmeralda. She must be in the area and probably will be back. Would it be possible to see the tome of the Dread Lord? There may be more secrets there that I can find for us and report back to you on it.
Sure. I mean, you helped us out
Should I?
this much.
Do we have that
You do.
book
I hand it
or
over.
tome? Okay. Okay. I was going to say, do I need to ask the suit of armor to find it?
Very good. Very good. So, do you all as a party want to wait here with Van Richten, aka Rictavio, while he tries to find more secrets in the Tome of Strahd and hopefully eventually Esmeralda? Or do you want to leave the tome with him and make it as quickly as you can to the Wizard of Wines?
I think we need to head to the wizard.
Here's what I want to say on that front. I would, if we could pull off one combat encounter before we're done, I'm for whichever those two paths is more likely to lead us to that expeditiously.
I
Yeah,
hear
I
you.
kind of don't really have that time to be
Well,
able to
what
do
we
that.
might, I'll tell you what I'm going to do for Azariel because he's been so great. All right. Azariel, here is what I'm going to do. If you start heading towards the Wizard of Wine, I think we can at least fit in a combat challenge. Does that work for you?
You see, now I've put myself in a situation where more innocent people die because I made a call.
We have to get to the wine anyway. They said they were going to run out in a day.
Yeah, we have to be.
So
Yeah.
that means
Oh.
All right.
we need to get it.
Yeah.
Cool. It's not my sole decision. That's fine. That's great.
That's great. And, trust me, there were plenty of opportunities for you guys to get into combat. It just so happens you guys threaded the needle such that none of them happened.
Yeah, it's fine.
There's also
This has been a great session.
of
In any
other
case.
things that
Just
could have
follow
happened.
the swans, man.
This has been a thrilling roleplay experience.
It has. It has. But I will tell you what. So you guys want to head to the Wizard of Wines, correct?
Indeed.
Quick question.
Yes.
Am I still wearing the suit of armor?
You tell me. Do you want to?
What are its properties?
It's otherwise it's a suit of animated armor that will follow your commands or the commands of whoever says Kazan. So it can actually fight independently of you. While wearing it, it's just regular heavy armor.
Okay. I think I'll take it off, but have it under my command.
All right. Very good. You now have a suit of animated armor. All right. So, you guys are able, probably without event, to get down the elevator. And well, let's
stop
do it.
eating. We gotta
Here.
go.
Yeah, my apologies.
I'm
friends,
grabbing
but
it with me.
I had a hard stop. I'm going to have to jump off.
This is actually, I think, overall the perfect time to pause.
That's fine.
Azariel, I'll tell you what, we'll try and get another session that's not necessarily a fundraiser to get you some comment, because I will tell you the next adventure in Through the Mist of Barovia, I guarantee there's going to be some opportunities for some combat.
Nice.
Oh, all right, fantastic.
Things are not going well at the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
How's that?
All righty.
Okie dokie.
Amazing.
Well, this has been a lot of fun, gang.
A lot of fun.
Super
And
entertaining.
great kickoff to our RPGs versus AD, our role-playing games versus Alzheimer's disease. Thank you so much, Zach Zania, for hanging in there. And those of you on the YouTube channel as well. Please do remember this is just the start of our fundraising activities. Feel free, if you catch this afterwards, to just follow the link to donate at RPGs versus AD. Feel free to keep track and feel free to join us. We still are looking for game masters and players to join sessions. You can either live stream it, you can record it and post it on your social media, or you can just play and let your friends, families, your contacts know and tell them how it went, but get them to raise money. Feel free to join as team members on RPGs versus AD so people can give directly to you, which goes towards the team goals, or you can just give to the team. That's your call to action, as people like Professor Dungeon Master and Dungeon Masterpiece and others say in their stuff. You have to have a call to action. That's your call to action. Like and subscribe and all that good stuff. Check out Project Rollplay and DC20 West Marches. Thank you so much, you guys. Always are a blast to play. It means the world that you shared your Saturday to help us raise awareness and money for Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. This kind of philanthropy is more important now than ever. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for setting it up, Glenn.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
And
I
thank you for being
gotta
a great
do
Dungeon Master.
a plug here. I gotta do a plug. See, I got my Super Bowl champion Eagles shirt on here.
Yes.
Yeah. Go
Let's
Birds.
go, Birds.
And I will mention there will be a pause in this stream. And then at 5:30, we're going to start for a brief taste of Barovia Old Style 5e 2014 edition with a bunch of teenage boys. Nothing can go wrong.
Enjoy those red flamingos.
All right. Thanks, Ben. Thanks, guys.